Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So before we get started, make sure you guys hit that description box. Make sure you guys follow all of my other social media that is listed in the description box. Hit that channels section of the homepage and make sure that you are subscribed to the backup channels. All right. Blacklight Revelations 2 is back in business, so your boy will be live streaming from there soon. All right, we got to get that bad boy requalified for monetization, but in my opinion, I'm thinking it should take us about a month to do that, so it won't be that bad. So you know what I'm saying, y'all already know what to do. Most of y'all is over there anyway. All right, we got a interesting stream today. All right, so as you guys come in, please make sure that you smash that like button. Also, please make sure that you share the video out. You know what I'm saying? That definitely helps. All right. Remember, you can always watch the video on Twitter. You can always watch the video on Facebook. You can always watch the video on Twitch. All right. Got some changes coming. Your boy is going to be upgrading the platform soon. And you know why? Because you guys watch so damn much. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys are so damn supportive. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to be implementing some new things. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be putting together some new shows. Hopefully, I'll be able to be giving you guys some more streams. All right. So if that sounds good, drop your boy some of those radiation emojis. You know what I'm saying? If not, you know, you can put the thumbs down in there. We got some people in the building early. Shout out to my man Rain King. What up with you, bro? Good to see you as always. B1, my man Mike Mellis John is in the building. What up with it, Mike Mellis John? Good to see you as always, bro. And we have my man Terrence Jackson in the building. All right. So this is going to be, you know, more of a traditional type of stream like what we usually do. We're going to talk about a couple topics and then we're going to get into the meat of the topic. So you guys know how this is. It can get long and drawn out, but it'll be fun. We'll have a good time. All right. So I don't know if you guys heard, but I think about 2 weeks ago, a young lady, a kid, a 13-year-old girl was gunned down at an apartment complex. There's a video out that shows people running from this complex. Now, this is terrible. All right. Shouts out to my man Pirate in the building. What up with it, Pirate? Good to see you as always. Welcome. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's a follow-up story behind this killing. All right. So I want you guys to pay attention. This is kind of crazy. All right. So let's check this out real quick.
New video shows 3 suspects running from the Hickory Hill apartment complex where a 13-year-old girl was shot and killed a week ago.
Who said?
Police posting this video on social media.
So now I don't know what it was that was the motive. I don't know what it was that caused this. No idea. No clue. Apparently, as of right now, these 3 people that you see running in this video are suspects in the killing, the shooting murder of this 13-year-old girl. All right. Pay very close attention.
Along with pictures of the suspects. Residents we spoke with at the Cedar Run Apartments are glad to see it.
Hope they provide in catching the people that did it.
Hopefully they'll catch them because that's sad. Because, I mean, there's no reason a 14-year-old should be shot. 13 should be shot down like that.
Now, I don't know who the editor of this video is, but whoever the editor of this video is, I mean, I just want to let you know, if you were trying to keep the confidentiality of these people, you did a horrible job blurring out faces. Like you did a bad job. You know what I'm saying? You did a bad job. Just so we're clear on that.
First responders found the teen around 2 in the afternoon lying outside her apartment door. But so far, investigators haven't said why she was gunned down.
There's no reason to gun anybody down, first and foremost. And we know that the investigators aren't going to do their due diligence on this. You know what I'm saying? And there's no reason for people to be running around shooting kids at all. And not to mention she was left out there. Horrible, horrible, horrible.
It's just senseless killing. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Shell Jackson lives a few buildings down.
I mean, it doesn't matter what she could have done. It's still no reason why that should have happened.
I totally agree with what that woman just said. That is exactly how I feel. If you guys agree with what this woman said, type in a 1. If you disagree with what this woman said, type in a 2.
It could have been solved another way. I mean, it's more ways than just shooting somebody down in the middle of the street. It's more ways than that. Talk it out. Try to come to an understanding or something other than just shooting somebody down.
An incident that has her on edge.
I really, just to be honest, I really don't let my kids play outside that much. And now that this has happened, it's just going to be like park and home.
Now, see, that's sad because kids need to go outside. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Cameron Jones. What up with it, bro? Like, you got to ask yourself the question. This is one of the reasons why there's so little socialization. In some places, kids are so spoiled that they're spending their time with their face buried in electronics, and they're not getting the socialization that they need. They're not playing with other kids. They're not socializing. In other situations, you have people that make the surrounding so unsafe, so unpredictable, you're scared to let your kids out for their own safety.
We knocked at the apartment to see if anyone was home, but no one came to the door.
I feel terrible for the family.
All right, so there's that. All right, that ended abruptly. Interesting. Now, here's the next video. All right, this next video is a little snippet about one of the suspects. All right, now this is the crazy thing. All right, you guys got to pay attention to what went down with this suspect. All right, like I just don't even know what to say about half these stories anymore. This is him. All right, the suspect's name is Mikhail Thompson. All right, pay attention.
When police
Now, already, right off the bat, this dude is charged with first-degree murder and 3 aggravated assaults and theft. All right? He's only 18 years old, man. He's only 18 years old, y'all. And he killed a 13-year-old girl. So, here's my question. This dude is 18. He killed this girl. This is my question for you guys in the comment section. What is he going to do with the rest of his life? It's already ruined at 18. You're the suspect of a violent felony. They got you on camera. What has he done for his life? What has he done for his opportunities? Now, here's the thing. You know, people make it out of difficult situations all the time, right? People make it out of difficult situations all the time. So it's not like it's impossible. But would you guys agree, for a senseless reason, for absolutely no reason at all whatsoever, this dude has literally just increased the difficulty of his life significantly. Significantly. If you guys agree, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. Now, my next question for you guys is, did his life have to be as significantly different as it's going to be now? Or did he do this to himself? Who put the gun to this dude's head and made him do such stupid shit as to murder a girl? Who did that? No one did that, right? He did that on his own accord. Why? Why? Makes no sense. His life is ruined. His family, hopefully his family is involved with him. His family's going to be crushed because one of their family members has ruined their life. And you know that the girl who he killed, the 13-year-old, her family is more than likely crushed. They're never going to see their 13-year-old daughter again. Who did this help? Whose situation did this improve? They got another body for the prison industrial system. People got to stop going against their interests. It is not in your best interest to be a criminal. It's not in your best interest to be a degenerate. As far as I'm concerned, like I've always said, criminality is equivalent to coonery. If you're not doing productive criminal activity, which there is productive criminal activity, but this isn't. This is senseless violence. Nobody wins except for the people that we don't need to win. Shouts out to my man Carlton Way in the building. What up with it, bro? We are almost at 10 likes, guys. If you guys can smash that like button, if everybody smashes that like button all at the same time, we will be well on our way. I got a good feeling. I got a feeling that today is the day that we will break over 100. You guys want to break over 100? I'm going to show you guys what happens when you break over 100. If you guys want today to be that day that we break over 100, smash that like button and drop your boy some thumbs up in the comment section.
Arrested 18-year-old Mikhail Thompson and charged him with shooting a 13-year-old in Hickory Hill. They say he was found with a Glock 48 9mm pistol.
I don't know how they got in, but they got in and they took my stuff.
This woman, whose face we aren't showing, says it was her gun stolen from her car last month at the same apartment complex.
I was going to get ready to go to work, and my doors was locked, and I came back outside. My driver's door was open. My wallets was gone.
Now, see, do you see this guy? He not only killed this girl, but he stole the gun and other stuff from another woman in the complex. Like, you cannot make this up. You can't make it up, man. Exactly, Terrence. That's what had me tripping. I was like, man, I got to show this video because this is just, I don't even know what to say. It doesn't even make sense, like flipping out and calling these people dumb and just like going in on them. I'm just speechless. You know what I'm saying? I'm seriously speechless.
Last month at the same apartment complex.
I was going to get ready to go to work, and my doors was locked, and I came back outside. My driver's door was open. My wallets was gone. My gun was gone.
Police haven't said the stolen gun was the one used to shoot the 13-year-old.
How does it make you feel that this guy who was accused of shooting the 13-year-old was found with your gun?
I don't know, but I really do. I want to say I hope he get what he deserves, and it's go hunt him because you killed somebody's child. A 13-year-old girl, she didn't get a chance to live. She didn't get a chance to grow up. She's 13.
Another case of stolen guns ending up in the wrong hands. This gun owner says she tried to keep her weapon secure.
Now, here's my question, guys. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When I tell you guys that gun laws and gun reform are not going to stop crimes with guns, here's my question. Would a gun law have stopped this crime from happening? And that's what we're going to do from here on out. When we talk about these crimes and we examine these things, we're going to ask the question, would gun purchasing restriction laws have stopped each particular crime that we talk about? Now, my question for you guys is, had there been enhanced gun legislation, would it have stopped this from happening? If it would have, type in a 1. If it wouldn't have, type in a 2.
Have you heard them say that you should never leave a gun in a vehicle, though?
Nope. They ain't never tell me that.
Because guns are stolen out of cars all the time around here.
Yeah, not mine. Like I say, I've been over here 2 years.
Now, listen to that. Honestly, I'm not trying to be funny, but I wouldn't leave my gun in a car. I would keep my gun in a secure place at home behind the locked doors in a locked gun chest when I wasn't using it. There could possibly be some criminal consequences for her if they find that that gun was used to murder that girl, because I don't know what the state regulations are for storage of the gun. There may not be. I don't know. But in my opinion, that is a good question. That is something that should be looked into. Shouts out to my man DJ Elmo. What up with it, bro? You gotta store these things safely. You know what I'm saying?
Curious, and I ain't never heard no burglaries happen, never heard no nothing.
Police advise if you do leave your gun in your vehicle, make sure it's locked away and isn't easily accessible. This gun owner had hers in the glove compartment.
It's kind of like a normal spot where people have guns.
Now, I'm curious. I don't know. Some glove compartments lock. So I don't know. Maybe her glove compartment locked. And they just said here, you know, you can keep your gun in the car, but make sure that you keep it secured and, you know what I'm saying, all of that different stuff. So maybe she did have it securely locked into her car. I don't know. But hopefully, you know what I'm saying, like hopefully she's learned, you know, that you kind of can't trust things. You feel what I'm saying? Shouts out to my man Emmanuel Carey. What up with it, bro? Good to see you as always.
That's it. Somebody told me to hide up under my floor mat, but my floor mat don't come up, so I can't put it up under there or put it up on your seat.
Mm-hmm.
No, I said they were gonna, if they whoever broke into, they were gonna search for it.
April Thompson, WREG News Channel 3.
So that's that. So that's sad, in my opinion. That's extremely sad. Now, I got a question for you guys. Have you guys heard about Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox? If you guys heard the latest news about Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox, type in a 1. If you haven't, type in a 2. Have you guys heard what these two have been into? If you guys haven't, type in a 1. Now, this is about to be nasty. This is about to be weird. This is about to be strange. This is about to be something that you probably, you know, won't be surprised by because of what these weird ass people do, but very strange shit. Shouts out to Gullah Jack. What up with it, Gullah Jack? Shouts out to Maine. What up with it? Megan Fox has a blood drinking ritual with Machine Gun Kelly and thinks that social media is sinister. That's interesting because me personally, I think drinking blood is sinister, you know, but sure, we'll say social media is sinister. You know what I'm saying? So apparently they're engaged. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? Megan Fox would like to clear up what people think about her and fiance Machine Gun Kelly drinking each other's blood. Yeah, you heard that right. So I guess to drink each other's blood might mislead people, or people are imagining us with goblets like we're on Games of Thrones drinking each other's blood, she told Glamour UK. It's just a few drops, but yes, we do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes only. You know, nothing like a little ritual, right? Oh, you know. Maine says why? You know. I mean, you know. We have rituals, you know. Nothing big. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know. Nothing big. It's just a ritual. I mean, everybody does it, right? Fox is on the cover of the April issue of the magazine, and interestingly, she says she's into astrology and metaphysical practices, medications, as well as new and full moon practices. I'm sure that has a little bit to do with the blood consumption. Shout out to my man Hob. What up with it, bro? My man Hob says, didn't Alex Jones speak about rituals in Hollywood? What do you guys think? If Alex Jones did talk about rituals in Hollywood, type in a 1. If he didn't, and you never heard of anything like this, type in a 2. When she said, or when she and Kelly do a blood ritual, she said, it's for her, it's a passage, or it's used for a reason. It's a passage. What kind of passage? A passage of what? When she and Kelly do a blood ritual, she said, for her, it's a passage, or it's used for a reason. Okay, what kind of passage? What kind of reason? My man Cameron Jones says, how did they have the discussion where they decided to do this shit? That's a great question. My man Maine says, so basically she's a Satanist. Shouts out to my man Ashanti Blidak. What up with it, bro? Shouts out to my man Ashanti Black for the Cash App yesterday. Definitely appreciate that, bro. As you guys know, all proceeds go directly back into growing the platform. You know what I'm saying? Which at tortoise speed, because of YouTube, it's growing. Literally, one subscriber at a time. You know what I'm saying? And it is controlled where it's like, look at this. Let's shed a few drops of blood and each drink it, Fox said. Now that's interesting, right? I've never just, controlled myself and said, Rob, today I'm gonna shed a couple drops of blood, and I happen to be a little bit thirsty and I like the taste of metal. I'm just gonna drink it. Yeah, I've never done that before. I've also never just made myself bleed on demand either. Have you guys? I'm not too sure. Shouts out to the homegirl, JP the Aspiring Matriarch. If you guys are not subscribed to JP the Aspiring Matriarch's channel, make sure y'all check her out. You know what I'm saying? Cool sister. Good content. You know what I'm saying? My man Maine says, bitch eating fish-eye pizza with demons and shit. Oh, I had a small breakfast, Maine. You just made me taste it twice. Okay. He's much more haphazard, hectic, and chaotic, where he's willing to just cut his chest open with broken glass and be like, take my soul. That's nice. That's what you get. You get you a guy like Machine Gun Kelly. Hell, get bored. I'll just happen to break a Coke bottle and run it down my chest. Drink me. Drink me. Bitch, drink me. Not my idea of a good time. It's not something that you'll catch me doing on date night. You know what I'm saying? I've heard of Netflix and chill. You know what I'm saying? I've never heard of chest drip and spill, but apparently that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? Apparently that's what they do. Again, not my activity of choice. It's not something that you will catch me doing. Yeah, I don't like to do homemade blood transfusions. Shit's weird. The pair are friends with another engaged couple. Uh-oh. Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker. Now, they sit around and eat placenta sandwiches together. Yeah. Can I get a placenta burger with cheese, please? No, thank you. That's not on the menu, but there is a cannibal restaurant in California, in case you guys weren't aware. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to my man Bronze the God, B1 FBA running the yard. Woo! Big facts. Big facts. But Fox says they don't hang out as much as people believe. What doesn't hang out? Your vital organs with your nasty ass after Machine Gun Kelly gets finished carving them? Jesus. They're magnetic, she said about the pair. So nobody's really interacting with them too much because they're just stuck. Yeah, see, now you're doing Satanist babble. You know what I'm saying? You're doing witch babble. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, we're just we're just so magnetic. Right. Uh-oh, Richard. Uh-oh. Yeah, iguana sandwiches like Jeff Bezos. Now, I've actually seen somebody eat iguana. I don't think eating an iguana is as weird as just carving yourself open. Down in Florida, especially in Miami, there's a lot of iguanas and red-tailed iguanas running around. You know what I'm saying? And, I've seen people catch them and they eat them. I've had some reptile before. You know what I'm saying? It ain't bad. It was cooked. You wouldn't be drinking it or anything like that. But it was good. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't eat human anything though. You know what I'm saying? That's just ugh. Shouts out to my man Fantizzy. What up with it, bro? My man Fantizzy says white folks' culture is sick. Yeah, this is something that they must have done in the name of Vlad the Impaler or something. You know what I'm saying? He's famous for eating people and shit like that. So now here it says, plus between the two couples, there are quite a few children. Fox joked, that doesn't leave much time for double dates. Ugh. Fox got emotional during the interview, talking about her 3 sons and how she talked to them about gender identity, given that her oldest, Noah, started wearing dresses when he was 2 years old, she said. Don't you get dressed by your parents when you're that age? I don't recall my children picking out their clothes at that age. That's interesting. According to Fox, she said she bought a bunch of books and that sort of address these things and address the full spectrum of what this is. Some of the books are written by transgender children. That's interesting. How is there that? Some of these books are just about how you can be a boy and wear a dress. You can express yourself through your clothing however you want. And that doesn't even have to have anything to do with your sexuality, she said. So from the time they were very young, I've incorporated these things into their daily lives so that nobody feels like they are strange, weird, or different. Sometimes you just need to feel like that, though. Like sometimes you just need to feel like you're strange, weird, and different because you might be. Like when your mom drinks blood, that's strange, weird, and different. That's not normal. It should never be. Sounds to me like Megan Fox may need to read some books about adulthood and also about being a human. There's that part, might want to do that because, most humans don't drink human blood, Some of these books are just about how you can be a boy and wear a dress. You can express yourself through your clothing however you want, and that doesn't even have anything to do with your sexuality. Now, this is weird because it looks like they copied and pasted this paragraph twice. All right, so what do you guys think about that? Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly literally drinking Bloody Marys on date night. I actually like Bloody Marys, and they've completely fucked that up for me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at, man. Huh? Speaking of draining, I feel like my brain is drained after that. I don't know how much they like cerebral spinal fluid. It's minus the damn red color, but I'm sure mine is leaking all over the place out of my ears from reading that nonsense. So they want to come lick it up off the ground, more than welcome. So this is interesting, right? Everybody's favorite politician, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I happened to catch this video here. This was on my home screen. And I read it. I watched it. And it was interesting because I want to actually ask you guys this again. Because as I never had saw this clip, but as I saw this clip, it kind of made me rethink how I feel. Shouts out to John Davis. What up with it? They're both creeps. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. If you guys agree with Pirate, they're both creeps, type in a 1. If you disagree with Pirate, type in a 2. Maine says they're revealing the culture that is pushing this gender identity stuff. That's a fact. And that's also extremely fascinating. And more than likely, at some point in the future, we will definitely go a lot deeper into that. You know what I'm saying? As usual, Tucker Carlson looks confused. Marjorie Taylor Greene looks like she's trying to get a turd out, except for she's trying to get it up her throat and out of her mouth. Let's actually see what she's talking about, all right?
I have to protect myself. I have to go to court on Friday and actually be questioned.
I'm not even going to lie. Like, shouts out to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Karen energy at 5,000 today. You guys agree? Karen energy at 5,000 today. This is the highest it's been this week.
About something I've never been charged with and something I was completely against. And so
shouts out to Black God Israel. What up with it, bro?
These progressives who would they'd rather have the judge or bureaucrats making decisions instead of voters. They want to hand that over to them and
appreciate
not let
you,
the people
bro.
in my district to even have the right to vote for me. But no, the Republican Party needs to fight harder, Tucker. You know, there's something that I have learned, and I think this is really important.
Man, shouts out to the comment section, man. I got comment sections assassinations going on right here. My man Bronze the God said, Jesus Christ, she looks like the old school Hawk, bro. Man, you know them triceps is rock hard, and she's ready to go hard in the paint. You know what I'm saying? My man Black God Israel said, KK Karen. Facts. Speaking of KK Karen, we got to have a little conversation because I want to ask everybody about some shit that I saw. I sent this to my man Bronze the God, and it's just, you know, sometimes my takes on things are sometimes it's kind of different. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all be like, oh, sometimes Rob is off, you know, but y'all take it easy on me. Sometimes us, you know what I'm saying, light-skinned people are a little bit off, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta ask y'all about some shit because I saw some kind of weird, disturbing shit. And it's just strange to me. All right. My man Carlton Way says she's the Grand Karen. Facts. She's the Grand Karen, bro. You know what I'm saying? She's going to start a whole new ritual for the KKK. They're going to start setting squat racks on fire. I don't know if you guys heard about that shit. My man RG Titan is in the building. What up with it, bro? That's great. A white Tamika Burke. That's a fact, man. Facing all, man. Facts. Shout out to my man Mike Mellis, John B1. Fantisi said she didn't hit the wall. The wall hit her hard. I don't know. I don't know. I might have to disagree with you, Fantisi. I think what actually happened was she ran through the wall and she's still running. I don't know. I think there's actually a Marjorie Taylor Greene body print in the wall, and she's still on 110. You know what I'm saying? RG Titan said with her dog, the bounty hunter looking self, male-splaining just like him too. You know what I'm saying? She male-splaining just like dog too. Yeah, see, you know, the brothers, you know what I'm saying, the Blackfoot Indian tribe, you know, the brothers had said that I could say the N-word. Man, shut your dumb ass up. You know what I'm saying?
You know, if you can challenge any representative's candidacy or elected office holder, then I bet you we could round up some Republican voters who didn't like Kamala Harris funding criminal rioters out of jail, exactly, or Ilhan Omar, or Cori Bush, or Maxine Waters inciting riots. You know, I think there's another way to play this.
You can always learn something from Marjorie Taylor Greene because as crazy as the bitch is, she has some interesting suggestions for people who are politically disgruntled. I want you guys to listen to that again.
And I think this is really important. You know, if you can challenge any representative's candidacy or elected office holder, then I bet you we could round up some Republican voters who didn't like Kamala Harris funding criminal rioters out of jail, exactly, or Ilhan Omar, or Cori Bush, or Maxine Waters.
Now pay attention. Just make sure that you guys pay very close attention. Shouts out to, man, that name is off the chain. I'm going to just say S5D. Is that okay? Shouts out to S5D. I want y'all to pay very close attention to this.
Learned, and I think this is really important. You know, if you can challenge any representative's candidacy or elected office holder, then I bet you we could round up some Republican voters who didn't like Kamala Harris funding rioters, criminal rioters out of jail,
Exactly.
or Ilhan Omar, or Cori Bush, or Maxine Waters inciting riots. You know, I think there's another way to play this.
Now, the first thing that you should notice is that everybody that she listed was a black woman. Interestingly, she left Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer out of her little list. Exactly. Facts, Terrence. Notice how she didn't even say her main rival, her main arch nemesis is AOC. Her and AOC almost actually got into a physical altercation, if I'm not mistaken. Notice how she left AOC out. Pay attention to the people that she named. Now, am I caping for those people that she named? No, because the people that she named have done absolutely nothing, and those people that she is caping for are just black people that work for the same people as her. But just pay very close attention how she was on code with that. The next thing I want you guys to pay attention to is what she said to do in retaliation. You see how she's making a call for political retaliation? I'm not mad at her about that. I don't agree with the fuck anything that she says, but I'm not mad at the strategy though. And this is some shit that I've been saying that we need to do. You see, she's getting punished, right? I don't know if you guys know the situation that's going on. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think MGT would whoop AOC's motherfucking ass. Like, it wouldn't even be funny. You know what I'm saying? But it would be brutal too. Like, man, AOC would have like, it would be like a fucking MMA fighter just fighting a cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit wouldn't be funny. Like, AOC would be so lumped up and had a couple missing teeth and shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, what she's saying is, she's saying, do you see what the Democrats are putting me through? Republican voters better not let them get away with that. Now, here's my question. Do you see what the Democrats in the Congressional Black Caucus has done to us or haven't done for us? What have they done? Ignored, benign neglect. What have we done to retaliate? Also, who is our extreme politician, right? Our concentrated 100% fully FBA, ADOS, B1 loudmouth in office that can say some outspoken things, right? Like how Marjorie Taylor Greene can be an outspoken white supremacist. To say, you know what? These other Democrats, they haven't done shit. These Republicans want to do something. Here's my call to all the black voters to do this. Where's our version of that? When Clyburn and them didn't pass the qualified immunity, who said anything about it? You see the difference between the people that we have versus the people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Do you see Marjorie Taylor Greene telling her people to shut up? No. What you see on your screen is Tucker Carlson, who has a mega following. You see Tucker Carlson, who himself, by himself as an individual, has a mega following and a mega influence, on Fox News, who also has a huge following and a huge influence, giving Marjorie Taylor Greene a platform to say, do you see this political nonsense? I need you all to support me by doing this. Where is our machine like that is my question. Where's our machine like that? You see how that works? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene, she got a following. There's people that like her. There's people that fuck with her. And this is what I'm saying. You see, she's not worried about no consequences. She's on trial right now for shit that she said. She's not worried about this shit. That's one of the reasons why I watch what the fuck she does. Because despite the fact that she's on the other side of the tracks, she earns her paycheck. She earns her paycheck. We don't have anybody that's earning their paycheck. But at the same time, there's nobody paying a paycheck either. My man Carlton Way says we need a B1 Black Trump type. I totally agree. If you guys agree with Carlton, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. My opinion is if we identify that that's what we need, we've now identified that, right? We've identified it. So remember what happens when you identify a problem. Once you identify a problem, you now become accountable for the solution to that problem. So now we know that this is what we need. Since we don't have one, we either have to find one or we have to manufacture one, or both. If you guys agree, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. Terrence says black politicians get verbatim removed before they take office. We need to study that process to make sure that we can put in place mechanisms to shield that from happening. My man RG Titan says, so our so-called black representation is too dang busy cooning for butter biscuits. They should eat those last butter biscuits and then start figuring out how to make them on their own. Because we ain't giving them the dough and the butter anymore. You know what I'm saying? My man John Davis says, you're right. Hobbs says, no doubt. Moore's One says, we don't have the political infrastructure, much less the knowledge. Now, here's my question. Do you guys agree with that or do you disagree? And why not? If Kevin Samuels is complaining because so many black women have PhD, how don't we have the knowledge? That's a lot of collective knowledge. A lot of black women, an overpopulation of black women with PhDs. I don't think anybody else has a PhD infestation. That's a lot of knowledge. And as far as political infrastructure, that means that you build it, right? Again, so if these things are true, but I don't necessarily agree that they're true, because we're not just the people without. We're not. We're the people with. You see, that's the reason why white supremacy exists, is because we're the people with. We're the people with the continent that has everything necessary for the world to work properly. We're the people with all of the genetic components that original humans were created with. We're the people with. We're not the people without. The people without set up a system to give them an equal playing ground. If you guys agree with that, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. Here's my answer to that. Who cares? My question is, will we build that B1 Trump? We need to get away from this Democratic umbrella. That's a fact. They got a lifetime supply, it would appear. Facts. Now, this is what I would tend to agree with. We have a lot of knowledge, but we got a lot of fear in us. and a lot of lack of confidence. How many of them have PhDs in civics or pol sci? I don't think anybody knows the answer to that. So since we don't know the answer to that, then what it is an unknown, not a not. However, how many politicians, period, have PhDs in civics? Most politicians are former lawyers. However, the requirements to be the president are only, I think, 30 years old and a high school graduate. Those are the requirements. Of course, you can go above and beyond. Has anybody asked Marcel Dixon what his educational credentials are? See, what we're doing is we're automatically making excuses so we can continue the soft failures and failure to act. And that's, you can't do that once you've identified the problems. Shouts out to Maya. What up with it, Maya? Good to see you. Terrence says we have the infrastructure. We just don't seem to know how or want to access it. Now, that's an interesting comment, Terrence. We just don't seem to know how or want to access it. What's the true answer to that? We don't seem to know how or we don't seem to want. Which one is it? Want or how? You guys type in which one you think it is. Want or how? Maine says, I know his credentials. Here's as far as this is all I need to know. He's pro reparations. He's anti Clyburn. And he says that he's all about policy that is for black people. Now, as far as anything political or, legislation or anything like that, there's a system of checks and balances, and he's going to have colleagues that he's working with that can help him. And he's got everybody's favorite personal assistant, a cell phone. So anything that he doesn't know, he can just look up. And he seems like a very smart, articulate, driven, and ambitious guy. Those are all the qualifications I need. I agree with S5D. Want. In my opinion, the answer is want. Because I'm going to tell you something. Coons sure as hell figured it out. Maine says he's an instructor. I think he's got a lot to teach. Now, Moore says, as a people, we need to be more politically involved, local and nationwide. We lack the overall interest. Now, here's my thing, and this is just my personal philosophy, and I'm not saying this to pick on Moore's because I appreciate Moore's one coming to the channel. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, it's not always wise to quote, we as a people need to, or black community everything. No one else does that. Nobody says us as white people, we need to stop having our little kids shooting up schools. They don't do that. In my opinion, all the subscribers of Black Light Revelations, if you watch 3 or 4 streams of mine a week, you're perfectly competent to create your own infrastructure for whatever it is that you want to. We talk extensively about healthcare. We talk extensively about politics. We talk extensively about finance. And we even do a little bit of silly mode. I'm very confident that the people that subscribe to my channel can hold their own in any conversation or debate. So I wouldn't say that we as a people, because I would say I'll put any subscriber of mine, I'll put the subscriber of mine that watches the least of my content against the best subscriber of anybody else, and they'll intellectually dog walk them. And I say that with confidence because I know they will. So I don't think that that's a collective issue. I think that it's a selective issue. People select what they want to do and collect excuses. My question is, what do we have an expertise at? Is there anything that we have a collective expertise at? My man Bronze the God says that I don't miss a stream. That's a fact, bro. And I appreciate you for that. I appreciate everybody that comes in all the time. And I appreciate the people that come in frequently. Cough Maya. No, I'm just playing. Maya's a regular. I'm just giving her a hard time because she ain't been around in a minute. She's busy being productive. I ain't mad at that. You know what I'm saying? Moore's one says, I agree, but we are a minority in the overall community. What does that mean? What does that mean at all about anything? We're an overall minority in the community. Okay, so we are a numerical minority. What's that mean? White people are a global minority. They run the world. There's also a mathematical principle called the Puerto Principle. Kevin Samuels mispronounces it frequently on his live streams. It's also known as the 80-20 principle. It means that 80% is controlled by 20% in any given situation. And this is true. You can see this in chemical solutions. The dilutant is always a larger percentage and has less of an effect than whatever it is that's mixed in to give the solution its function. If you have alcohol, if you have hydrogen peroxide, if you have bleach, you're talking about people that run the world. You're talking about resources. Usually, in most cases, the 80-20 principle holds true. So we've established that we're a minority. Quote, here in the United States, white people are a global minority. I don't understand what being a minority has to do with anything. We were majorities on plantations. What did that do? Slavery still lasted as long as it lasted. And it didn't end until white people got in a fight. My man Maine says the military, is a minority, but they can control a group larger than them. Facts. You got to say the same thing about white people. They're a global minority. They control the rest of the human population. The 80-20 principle is not meant to benefit. The 80-20 principle is just a mathematical principle that shows the possibilities of what can be done with a minority. And my question would be, how did the 80-20 principle benefit us politically during the civil rights era? How did you feel that we had some kind of benefit? How did that work? Honestly, this is just me. This is just my opinion. I don't feel that we've used a lot of things that we have to our advantage as a benefit of anything, except for to make people like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene more money and give them more control. And I'm not mad at that. I agree with you. I totally agree. If you guys agree with S5D, type in a 1. In my opinion, there's no excuse. The only excuse there should be are excuses of why you're staying up late to get your goal accomplished. There should never be excuses of why you won't try something or why you can't try something or why you can't do it. I should never be debating somebody on why we can't empower ourselves ever. That should never be a thing. The only debate should ever be how much power are we going for this time? The only debate that I should ever have with somebody about getting power is if I say, let's take over this political region, and you say, let's take over the world. Then I'll be like, well, you know what? You won. People choose what they want to do. Facts. Answer all of it. Absolutely. So my thing is to me, see, I'm a very binary person. That's exactly what I have been saying. If you look at my channel literally says world domination is the only solution. That's why I talk about so many topics. My question is, why wouldn't we? It's ours anyway. And it wouldn't be taking it over. It'd just be taking back what's ours. Because we now have people who are aliens designating who's an alien and who's not, which I find ironic and sad. People need to understand and learn hospitality lessons when you're a guest and not take over the house. Now, in order to do that, people have to make choices. I make those choices. My question is, are other people willing to make those choices? And I totally agree. That's one of the reasons why I say it. If you go down my community post, if you look at in the background of the thumbnails, there's all kinds of subliminal messages about world domination. That's one of the reasons why I have the radiation symbols all over the place, because everybody does what people say when they have nukes. Guess who the only people are that don't have nukes? So now that we've got that established, we have to ask, why haven't we been doing that? There doesn't have to be a hostile takeover. There doesn't have to be, military or any of that. The world is different now. You do these things delicately with intricate processes through political means, business, and finance. That's hilarious. Carlton says we don't have nukes, but at least we got those pyramids. We don't even have those. They said that they've erased history so much. Egypt, allegedly, according to white people, Egypt is an Arab country, despite the fact that it's sitting right on the African continent. You know what I'm saying? Maine says blacks and Arabs. And another thing that they decided to do was shoot the face off of the Sphinx and shoot the face off of everything else to make sure that you don't think that you're capable of doing anything. Because you know what that means. If we can't do it, got to shoot the face off of it. I find it interesting that they call the crime defacing a monument, because they've done that all around the world when they've seen things greater than anything that they've ever created. So my question is if we're not working towards doing any of that, then what are we working towards doing? And that's a fact. And they're also not UN compliant, but that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. And they also have a Samson option. You should look that up. So this is my question. Why is it that when you bring stuff up like this, the knee-jerk reflex is why we can't do something? You see how we were talking to Sleepy Joe yesterday, and the knee-jerk reflex was for him to bring up racism? My question is when we bring up progress, why is the knee-jerk reaction why we can't progress? Commit. Why is that the knee-jerk reaction that we can't progress? My question is, if people feel that they can't progress, then why is everybody upset with how the way things are? You're being led and strung through life by your nostrils. If you feel that you're not capable of doing anything, then why is anybody upset that you're being guided? That's my question. That doesn't really make sense. I'm upset that we're guided because I feel that I'm capable of self-governing more efficiently than white supremacy. And I want to eliminate that so that I can do that in peace. I don't want to get just a reparations check. I agree. It's been ingrained in people for so long. And the thing that I find the most interesting is usually it's the people who seem to be the most, quote, nationalistic, who have all of the best excuses of why we should remain at the bottom. That's the shit that I find fascinating. So at the end of your lecture on empowerment, it ends with no solutions to elevation. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for wasting 2 hours of my time. Maya says, I think it depends on how willing you are to get back up after being told that you can't do that. I totally agree. If you agree with Maya, type in a 1. If you disagree with Maya, type in a 2. For those of you that don't participate in the survey, I got a question for you. Who is it that's saying that you can't do something? Because I'll tell you what, if you come to my channel, you'll never hear me say that you can't do something. Terrence says, in general, we don't fight our fight. We fight other people's fight. Now, here's my question. Is that a choice? Or has anybody put a gun to our head and made us do that? And I agree with Bronze. Bronze says, I require souls, not just a reparation check. Facts. Shouts out to Carla. What up with it, Carla? The shit that I find the craziest is people that say, we're great people. We are capable of greatness. We can do anything that we want to as long as we decide to do it and stick with it and follow through on it. That to me is saying that I feel that we are a great culture, great people with no limitations. But because I say that, people who make excuses will call me a coon. But they're the people saying that people aren't capable. But they'll talk about the pyramids all day. They'll talk about Mesa Musa all day. But they won't calculate any new algorithms for the current problems that we're dealing with. But I'm a coon because I think that we're all capable of dealing with this. I find that very syntax error-ish. And I'm just trying to figure out how that spits out of the calculator. At the end of all of the history, at the end of all of the lessons, at the end of everything, how do you come up with that? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, I'm curious because that's just never been it for me. But again, I can't push how I feel or how I am on everybody, and I'm not trying to do that, but I'm trying to figure it out. And I got to agree. It's a choice. And in my opinion, when it comes to choice, a lot of times there's issues with the decision making. And in my opinion, a lot of times better decisions could be made. That's why anytime we talk about the crime cast, when we talk about those stories that we watch, my question is always who put a gun to this person's head? And it's always ends up the person that we're talking about is the one that put a gun to somebody's head. So what was the thought process behind making those choices? Abdul says we must establish our self-preservation and independence. I agree with that 100%. We must aggregate our intelligence, ideas, dynamic skills, innovative use of available resources to become independent. I'm not mad at that. My opinion, I feel that we should aggregate intelligence, ideas, dynamic skills, and innovative use of available resources with capable people and people who are willing to do those kind of things. I don't think that a just overarching kumbaya unity is really the best way to go, but you know what I'm saying? I can meet you halfway on that. Carla says, what's our subject? When someone tells you you can't, well, it actually kind of deviated to that, but the subject is actually Apartheid Twitter Part 2. We're gonna run Elon Musk's family once we get to it. We're gonna run Elon Musk's family. But I was talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, Carla, because she, like I said, one of the reasons why people need to pay attention to her ass is because, for one, she's a fucking loudmouth, but for two, a lot of times she says shit that could actually be useful if it's applied to our situations. This is what I wanted people to hear. So since you missed it, you know what I'm saying, I'll run it back for you. Pay close attention to this.
And something I was completely against. And so this is how far it's going. These leftists, these progressives who would they'd rather have the judge or bureaucrats making decisions instead of voters. They want to hand that over to them and not let the people in my district even have the right to vote for me. But no, the Republican Party needs to fight harder, Tucker. You know, there's some.
You see how she said the Republican Party needs to fight harder? When is the last time? Now, you know, she's extreme right wing. When is the last time any Democrat has ever said, you know, the CBC, they need to fight harder? When's the last time you ever heard that? Shouts out to Virna. Shouts out to a dad named Kevin. What up with it? When is the last time you ever heard any politician that allegedly is supposed to represent us talk like that? Maya says the other thing about history, we are only taught the glamour shot of history, not the whole history. And I totally agree. If you guys agree with Maya, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. I agree. When Biden said you ain't black, when Biden said you ain't black, 90, what was it? What was the percentage of people that voted for Biden? What up with it, Alicia? What's good? You see what Carla said? Carla said, when someone told me I couldn't do something, I always said, watch me, as I accomplished every goal I had. Facts. You see that? That's real. Failure should never be part of the options when you're looking at multiple choice, ever. Oh, and I totally agree, Abdul, especially the percent of the United States. Yeah, I think it was something like 87%. Got to ask yourself the question, why would you vote for that? You know what I mean? Moderate Democrats and progressives won't let us talk this way. Now, here's my question. And this is my question for everybody. Do y'all think that establishment Republicans let Marjorie Taylor Greene talk like this? Do y'all not know about the infighting that goes on with the Republicans? Everybody ain't cool with Marjorie Taylor Greene saying the shit that she says. Everybody wasn't cool with Trump. And my thing is who cares what Democrats and progressive want? Mitch McConnell has a big problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Mitt Romney, big problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene. They fight. We just tend to focus on ours and be real loud about it. Other people kind of do it in the shadows. Facts, Carlton. Well, at least he ain't Trump. The Black Panther Party was the last time we spoke like this. And here's my question for you guys. Do you guys feel like the Black Panthers, quote, actually spoke like this? Because here's my thing. As far as a party goes, right? A party ain't a party unless you in the house. How many Black Panther sitting politicians were there? Anywhere. In local politics, in federal politics, state politics. That's exactly what I said. I said he's worse. Hobbs says none. In my opinion, the first thing that we need to do is stop acting like we're dealing with our parents. Because I don't deal with my parents. You see, my parents, I've grown up, I've moved out, I pay my own bills, and I pay my own way. You know what I'm saying? Just like all you guys have. And I don't ask anybody for permission. I'm not trying to hear they won't let, because they ain't shit. It's not a matter of them letting. It's a matter of us doing, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So we do or we don't do. I think they already know that, like, anytime we come up with anything, we'll automatically shoot it down for whatever reason, just because we feel that, quote, they won't let. But I'm sorry. That just ain't how I rock. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me personally, though. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. Now, a dad named Kevin says they didn't speak like Madison Cawthorn. Imagine a black politician talking about the Second Amendment like they do. I imagine that every day. And I also try to imagine why that's not in place. And I also try to imagine when was an attempt to ever put that in place. Sharif says Joe Biden received a critical mass, 87% of the Afro/Black Americans. Afro/Black Americans received exactly 0% of any tangible interest from Jim Crow Joe Biden. And I totally agree, Abdul. And that's a problem. See, that math doesn't work out. That's a huge problem. You see, Marjorie Taylor Greene is sitting here saying the Republicans ain't doing enough for her. The Republicans are delivering policies to their people. White people don't like Black history. They're getting Black history out of schools. White people like a lot of cops patrolling around where Black people are. They're getting crime bills. It doesn't help that we keep committing crimes, but the politicians are paving the way for it in terms of getting it officiated. Our politicians are kissing ass and securing money for Native indigenous populations. Terrence says Black Panthers didn't speak like that. WS was feared because of the imagery. Hobbs says, Rob, do you think we have more in common or less in common? What do you mean? With who? Can you explain that a little bit more, bro? Yeah, please do make sure y'all smash that like button. Please listen to Virna. Appreciate it. And I agree. Yo, shouts out to my man, Mr. Real Estate. What up with it, bro? Yo, can one of the moderators please drop the link to Mr. Real Estate's channel in here? And also, I think Matriarch, if somebody can grab her channel link too and put it in. I agree. That is our fault. We have to recognize what we have versus what we haven't done. We need to do an accounting. You know what I'm saying? We also need to do an accounting of what we want versus what we haven't attempted. Because there's big deficiencies there. And I think people don't like talking about it. And it doesn't matter what people don't like talking about. If you want to get things done, you get them done. Abdul says they ain't shit is correct. Both the overt racist conservative and the covert racist liberal ain't shit. We don't need either one of them. I totally agree. I agree. We don't. At all. Maine says Native Americans get their own money and still the worst group here. People like the Trumps, Marjorie Taylor Greenes. I don't think so. I don't think we have anything in common. I think that they just use useful methods. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we have anything in common, though. I don't have anything in common with a white supremacist. Other than I agree, they need to get the fuck away from me. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? And that includes black white supremacists. You know what I'm saying? White supremacy is the largest, most diverse employer on the planet. It's one of the reasons why they passed the EEOC laws. Bron says, question, have we even pushed the Dems to give us anything, or do we just blindly give our votes and don't say anything? I think that I agree. I think that that's one thing that's happened. You know what I'm saying? I think that we haven't really pushed the Dems to anything. I think I think right now we're in the process of like understanding our voice and how to weaponize it. And I think that we're stumbling over our steps right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like a toddler trying to learn how to walk. But if everybody just doesn't start fighting and people just decide to de-evolve again, then I think that people can build on what they're learning with this whole, walk away from the Democrats thing. Which, in my opinion, that's good. Just understand the reason why and understand how to play your deck of cards. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree with Terrence, type in a 1. He says we need to create the people they are fearful of, such as the black identity extremist. I don't know if I would go that far as to say create somebody that appears like that, because they'll automatically try to box that person into being a terrorist. But we need to do something similar to what like the alt-right is doing. Like teeter on that line, but not go over it. If we're talking about doing something political. You know what I'm saying? S5D says these people know they need our votes and still shit on us. Now, here's my question. That's a great point, because since if we've identified that, then that means that now we need to look at it and examine it and try to figure out a remedy for that, because that is a problem. That's an abusive relationship, right? You need somebody, but you still shit on them. You know, my girlfriend is a good person and she takes care of me, but, you know, I just happen to beat the shit out of her from time to time, and I just happen to accidentally fuck another chick here and there. Kind of sounds like what the Democrats do to black people, don't it? We are fooled into thinking we should be divided. It's working. Who are you talking about? Black people? So Verna says Black Caucus asked for, and we got $10 billion in food stamps from Trump, and the Black Caucus opened it up to anybody. Now, here's my question. All black people don't qualify for food stamps. I've never qualified for food stamps in my life. And I find it fascinating when white people, you know, try to say like welfare and shit like that is a reparation or whatever, because welfare is a social safety net that white people benefit the most from, which white people benefit the most from every social safety net, like affirmative action. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is somebody that's more than likely against affirmative action, would easier benefit from it than I would because she's a female. See how they get to slide that in there? You know what I'm saying? Now, see, like, my thing is I don't understand why there's such division with black people. I kind of have a hard time understanding that. It kind of boggles my mind when I see it. And I agree, Moore. I agree with this. See? I agree with that. They shit on us because we don't follow up on accountability after giving them our votes. Now, that goes into what I'm talking about with Marjorie Taylor Greene here. You see, she don't like what the Democrats are doing to her. She also don't like the fact that she don't feel she has enough Republican support. So for one, she's calling out the Republicans. And then for two, she's saying this is what y'all need to do, because they need to be held accountable for me having to deal with this inconvenience. Like I said, I'm not mad at that. It's one of the reasons why I always talk about her, because she does shit like this all the time. And in my opinion, I ain't mad at it. Like I said, she's just on the wrong team, but I ain't mad at it though. See, when you're, I don't know if any of y'all ever played sports, but you're supposed to study the other teams, and you study the players that make moves that make those teams difficult. Like, I'm sure back in the day when Jordan was playing, the Chicago Bulls studied the New York Knicks. They probably studied the Boston Celtics. They probably studied the LA Lakers. When they were playing against the Houston Rockets, I'm sure they studied the Rockets. They studied the Suns. Terrence says it's the over-the-top people that have always pushed us forward. They were the ones outside of politics that got WS to take a step back. We just don't take advantage of the step back. Now, here's my question. Is that actually true, or is that an illusion? Is that what you've been made to believe? Here's my question. If white supremacy killed certain individuals, how did we make them do anything? This is getting to be a problem. We just killed this person. Okay. None of those people really died natural deaths. Kind of like Putin's rivals. You know, they just magically end up in the hospital with radiation poison or they disappear. Reparations is absolutely a debt due from the United States of America to Afro-Black Americans, and descendants of enslaved Americans who were later identified as the freedmen. And I agree. I totally agree. It's absolutely not a handout. Absolutely 110%. You're absolutely right, Abdul. Verna says, y'all missing my point. Hold on. Which point did we miss? Oh, she said, she says, because a lot of blacks are boule. Now we've identified that as a problem. How do we deal with it? Other groups would look at those people as martyrs and their resolve would get stronger. Now, here's my question. What other groups, let's talk about here in the United States, quote, have gotten, quote, their martyrs taken out? Or are some of those, quote, martyrs, well, you can't be a martyr and still be alive, but have any of those people gotten taken out, or has it just been our people taken out?
The Republican Party needs to fight harder, Tucker. You know, there's something that I have learned, and I think this is really important. You know, if you can challenge any representative's candidacy or elected office holder, then I bet you we could round up some Republican voters who didn't like Kamala Harris funding rioters, criminal rioters out of jail, exactly, or Ilhan Omar, or Cori Bush, or Maxine Waters inciting riots. You know, I think there's another way to play this. It's absurd what they are claiming and lying about. And they're going to allow the press in the courtroom. They're going to allow the whole thing to be videoed live, out to go anywhere in the world they want to. And you know what that's going to look like? The Democrats and the nasty mainstream media, you know, the ones that lie about me constantly anyways, well, they're going to be able to twist and turn and clip out any little piece they want of the horrible things that these funded attorneys are going to try to say about me.
First of all, apparently former Trump lawyer Jenna Ellis has a show, which is news to me. I didn't think they gave you days off from traffic court, but I guess we learn something new every day.
All right, so that's all that I wanted you guys to see. The rest of this video, I don't know, it's not really informative. It's just this guy crying about Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I thought that was interesting, though. And I thought that was important because the reason why I feel that that's important is because there's examples of how people deal with political insufficiencies every day. Literally every day. Every day this kind of stuff happens. It's available for everybody to watch because everybody's got a YouTube channel. Everybody's got a YouTube app. Everybody's got access to a computer. And we kind of just continue to say, well, we don't know what to do. And my thing is, I don't like that. That's dangerous talk, in my opinion. And we do know what to do. We're not idiots. I'm not. I'm sure there's a couple people on the right that are trying to disqualify her. But it's an organization. Some organization is taking her to court. Verna says this was for the CARES Act. Number one, why ask for food stamps, not money? Absolutely. I totally agree. Like you said, all will not qualify. Two, why let others, non-blacks, on it? Peace. That's a fact. If you guys agree with Verna, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. The ones that aren't boule have to start coming together. I agree with that. Facts. Facts. Absolutely, 110%. And we actually have to show interest. in these kind of things. I don't think that we show very much interest, and everybody likes to get on their high horse when people get together and talk about it. We like to show we need to be more interested in this. Well, how are you saying that we need to be more interested in this when you watch some politics once or twice a week? What kind of research are you doing? What kind of effort are you putting in? In my opinion, I've heard that people have criticized Marcel Dixon for running, saying that, it's, quote, an easy way out or something like that. I don't know if that's true or not. But in my opinion, it's not very wise to criticize somebody who's trying to do something productive. And my thing is if there's somebody trying to do something productive and it's something that's going to benefit everybody, my question would be, how can I contribute, or why haven't I contributed? Now, when I say how can I contribute, you can make resources. Resources aren't always money. For whatever reason, we just tend to think extremely one-dimensional because we have a lazy brain for some reason, and people need to stop being lazy brain. That's a choice. Now that we have the digital world, the internet, streaming services, and different things like that, we can create resources. We can create those things. We can create time. We can create airspace. We can offer talent. We can offer a platform. We can do all of these things that we weren't able to do before. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Mandalore the Great for the $10 super chat. Definitely appreciate that. Mandalore the Great says, we need our own political party that recognize us as indigenous people of North America so that we can be covered by the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Now, here's my thing, right? I'm not mad at that. Sounds good to me. I'm all about that. The first thing that we need to do is put it into production. See, in my opinion, that's one of the reasons why we never make any wealth off of our creativity. Because we come up with things that other people cannot come up with. This is a proven fact. Look at TikTok. Look at hip hop. Look at our entire culture here in the United States. It's literally nothing. Without trying, we come up with stuff that people can't come up with. Our problem is that we don't put it into production. We put the prototype and the model out, and then other people copy it. That's one of the reasons why the United States came up with a system called copyright, because they can't create anything. If they were able to create things, then it would be called a creation right. But people who copy need a copyright. We need to start understanding how to protect our intellectual property, expand our intellectual property, and make sure that no one can replicate it. A lot of times we fail to do that. Now, as far as resource availability, we might have a racial wealth gap, but we can create resources for ourselves. Now, my question is, if somebody doubts Marcel Dixon, right? Anybody, you know what I'm saying? Like anybody. There's people that I've talked to that, they're like, oh, and it's not going to work, blah, blah. All right, whatever. I don't agree. I feel that Marcel Dixon is more than capable of winning that election. It might be difficult for him, but I feel that he's capable. And just because on your first try you don't hit the bullseye, that doesn't mean that the game of darts is over. You know what I'm saying? So my question for everybody would be, do we have political tools in place to help him win? And if we do have political tools in place to help him win, what are they? Virna says, it seems like black groups talk a good talk, then fall to the wayside. I won't say names because of what you said. Peace, Rob. No, yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that. Abdul says put into production, then protect our products, copyright, trademark, and patent. I agree. That's what we need to be doing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if you guys know, but I think it was last week or either earlier this week. I can't tell. All the days run together. But I had done a stream and we talked about this guy that's running against Marjorie Taylor Greene for her Congress seat in Atlanta or in Georgia. I don't know if she's in Atlanta or not. I think she's in Georgia. Now, there's some kind of Democrat organization or some kind of super PAC. They've raised, I believe it was $2.8 million for this guy. Marjorie Taylor Greene's organization has raised $1.2 million for her at the time when I had done the research. These are organizations that have done this. Yeah, Marcus Flowers, that's him. Thank you, RG Titan. Marcus Flowers. Now, my thing is we have to make a choice. We got to figure out what it is that we want. If people are for real, if this is what people want, if you want to start a trend, future politicians need to see that we're serious about politics. How do you show that you're serious about politics? You organize and fund what it is that you want to do. Yeah, there's a lot of black women that created medical stuff. I think it was a black woman that created the IV bag too, if I'm not mistaken. RG Titan says he's bought and paid for by them folks, so that's a no for me. I totally agree. Now, I think that there's a couple things that we need to do. I think that we need to create a super PAC. That's how that shit works. An organized, actual, nonprofit super PAC that's specifically about political interests that we have. People need to understand the voting laws. People need to understand the voting districting. People need to understand exactly how that stuff works. That's not an easy process. You had to have a multidisciplinary approach. You had to have a politician, somebody that knows politics and government, somebody that knows the legal system, somebody that knows the taxation system. People have to put aside their differences. If you can show future politicians, you know what? If you say the right things and you do the right things and you represent the right way, then you will have our backup. Because if people say, yeah, go Marcel, go Marcel, go Marcel, and then, you know, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we got your back, but we got it way back though. And then if he doesn't win, people are like, well, you see, this is what happens when we try to do something. It wasn't a we tried to do anything. It was a he tried to do it. It's going to take us for him to win. He can't do it alone. He's at a severe disadvantage because he's got the courage to attempt to go heads up for people who are politically ill-equipped for war. When it comes to politics, everyone else has nukes. We got sticks and stones. My opinion, it's time for people to start building the arsenal. It's time to start putting tools in the toolbox. People watch. There may be people out there who would be great politicians. But if they feel that, what am I running for if there's not going to be anybody to put any batteries in my back? Can't get mad at them. In my opinion, that's our responsibility. If people actually want to organize, that's what they need to be organizing. Because like my thing is easy. Like we can say like no tangibles, no vote, or we're not gonna vote for Democrats. But my question for that stuff always is then what? Or what are we gonna be doing after that? I don't want to drive somewhere on a half tank of gas with no map, because once I run out of gas, then what? Okay, we didn't vote. Now what? In my opinion, we got to lay out a plan. We are so good at repeating slogans. We need to get just as good at creating strategy as we are at repeating slogans. That's one of the reasons, me personally, I'm not a big fan of slogans, because people tend to just run around and repeat them. Like if I have a conversation with people, I don't want to have a conversation about a slogan. I want to know about an action plan. What's the action plan? What's our goal for not voting? All right, after we didn't vote, what's the goal? What are we going to do? What point are we trying to come across? How are we going to know if we made that point or not? Also, what are our goals? See, in my opinion, we need to never be in a position where we're in automatic support for any political party ever. See, the thing is that once we completely separate from the Democrats, that's going to serve more than one purpose. And I don't even think the people that thought about it as thoroughly as it needs to be thought about, because it's actually a brilliant idea. White people dog whistle through politics all the time. When white people talk about Democrats, when white people talk about libs, when they call people socialists, when they call people communists, when they call people Marxists, when they talk about woke, they're talking specifically about black people. And because the Democrats exist, and because black people have been pegged irremovably from Democrats, it's easy for white people to dog whistle about black people and about black initiatives. And they can say, well, I'm not talking black, I'm just talking politics. And what's interesting is that the Democrats provide that shield for them. Once we separated ourselves completely from the Democrats, it's going to force white people to come direct, right up the middle. If you got a problem with black history, then you're going to say you got a problem with black history. You're not going to say anything about critical race theory, because we took all of our racial identity, everything, back from the Democrats. So once we've separated ourselves from any of these political parties and we come up with our own initiatives and we create organizations and different things like that to follow through and to add a boost to the things that we're trying to do, white people won't be able to dog whistle through politics anymore. If they got a problem with something black, they're going to have to just say it. It's not going to give them a cover anymore, and they don't need a cover anymore. That's one of the reasons why the coward-ass KKK wears a hood over their heads, because they need a cover. They don't want everybody knowing. They're ashamed of the animal instinct called racism that they can't help themselves from. So they got to hide themselves. And then they got to say, well, we're not racist, but you got a damn hood on. Just like we got to hide ourselves with dog whistles. Well, I wasn't talking about black people, but you are. So once we separate ourselves, then they can no longer hide under the Democrats. They have to be direct. Shouts out to Kareem. What up with it, bro? Yeah, if you go to the About page, Verna, I think it should be on there. It's just blacklightrevelations@gmail.com. So those are my suggestions, you know what I'm saying? And those aren't suggestions to, like, disrespect anybody or suggestions to shit on anybody or anything like that. but it's just logical progression of events, logical progression of ideas, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And I'm totally down to, talk anything about politics anytime, or, you know what I'm saying? I'm always down for that. And I agree that we can't strategize on the net. But in my opinion, one thing that we can do is we can talk about important issues in a way where we can say things without saying them on the net. And I think that's something that we need to start working on too. Because like what I find interesting is that, one thing that we have, in my opinion, a bad habit of is, quote, being outspoken. Like we think that there's like some kind of empowerment through being outspoken. Yeah, I just said what's on my mind. Well, I don't know any game where saying what's on your mind or saying your plan gives you an advantageous position. If I tell somebody, I got 4 aces. Yeah, I just spoke what was on my mind, but I mean, now you know what my hand of cards is. See, Marjorie Taylor Greene in that last video, all she addressed was black female politicians. But you notice they were all Democrats, though. So she had a hidden little layer of what she was saying without saying it. Notice she left out AOC. Notice she left out Nancy Pelosi. And notice she left out Chuck Schumer, who are the actual bosses. Cori Bush hasn't been a politician that long. What is she doing? She don't have any power. She don't have any sway. You know what I'm saying? But she felt the need to name her. So just pay attention to little stuff like that, because they do stuff like that all the time. So Abdul says if 25% of the Afro-Black American voters stop strictly voting for Democrats, Democratic Party will crash and burn, which they should. I agree. The Democrats must pay for their benign neglect. I agree 100%. If the Democrats imploded and dissolved tomorrow, I wouldn't shed one tear. Absolutely. I absolutely 110% believe that we need to work on our dog whistling. Absolutely. Now, see, when we stop saying stuff, people will start paying attention. You see how we talk about pull up summer all the time? Like, that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool. Yeah, white supremacists talking shit. Okay, it's pull up summer. But notice how we're the only ones talking about it. Easily ignored. Nobody cares. People are getting pulled up on. Nobody cares. Why? Because people say it all the time. No, it's going to be pull up summer. You know what I'm saying? If you hear some shit all the time, it takes away from the effectiveness of it. See, one of the reasons why I won a lot of fights when I was in school is because people would walk up to me and they'd be barking a lot. And I wouldn't say anything until they got within 3 feet of me. And then I would hit them in the face as hard as I could, regardless of how big you were. And a lot of times it was either enough for me to get another punch in and they will go down, or it was enough to where that would end the fight right there. I didn't say shit. I just stood there staring at them. And right when they get within arm's reach, I had to form down and everything. You getting blasted. In my opinion, that's how we should approach politics. You never tell your strategy. No tangibles, no vote. How many mainstream media outlets did you hear talking about no tangibles, no vote? None. Why? Because they don't care. That's literally, as of right now, that's the only political strategy. Oh, simple enough. These black people ain't voting. Okay, business as usual. You gave up all the cards. If they're expecting people to not vote because everybody's hashtagging it all over the place and, you know what I'm saying, telling everybody about this shit. I mean, literally, we're the people that say no snitching and we're self-snitching. That shit needs to come as a surprise out of the blue. You know how you get that shit in the news? Nobody says anything, and then boom, election 2024 happens. No black people vote. Oh, man, this will be all over the New York Times, New York Post, you know, Fox News. Oh, my God, breaking news. No black people voted. This is insane. Never seen anything like this before. But you see, there's already been a lead up. Now, Jay said, what up with it, by the way, Jay? What's good, bro? Jay says, actually, there were two. Joy Reid talking about it in a negative way, saying it was Russian bots, and so was Don Lemonade. Well, think about that. Is that something that you would expect or something that you wouldn't expect? And pay attention to who it was that they had doing it. Remember, these people are all employees of the same employer. They might not get the same checks from the same bank, and they may not work for a building that has a different name on it on the outside, but they all work for the same employer, and we all know who that employer is. They're like Tommy on Martin. They work at the white building across the street from the black one. Hint, hint. So we got to get the black ones, Joy Reid and Don Lemon, to downplay what black people are doing. Now, my question is, how'd they find out about it? Joy Reid's got a Twitter account. I'm sure Joy Reid's got a YouTube account, Facebook account. I'm sure she's got people on the ground. And then you got to understand that there's some people that, you know, there's some people that just aren't really in tune with issues like how we are. And there's some people that think that Joy Reid is legitimate media. And, you know, they think that, you know, she's a black woman, you know what I'm saying, trying to report the news. And, you know, there's some people still trust the news. And some people still trust a face because it happens to be black. In my opinion, you shouldn't trust anybody. You should always get your own information. So we got to start making that a habit. So now my thing is that it wouldn't be surprising for me that they would get two black puppets to downplay what black people are doing. This is no threat, you know what I'm saying? And if it is a threat, we're going to throw this out there. These are Russian bots. And, you know, I seen that report that Joy Reid did. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment. Make sure you smash that like button. If everybody who's in here right now smashes that like button, we will be at 60 likes if everybody smashes it. If everybody does at the same time, you know what I'm saying? We'll be there. You know what I'm saying? Now, Moore says, I personally believe if black people didn't vote, white society would just shrug their shoulders and move on. Now, here's my question. It shouldn't matter what white people do, because I'm not voting to impress any white people. I don't give a fuck what they think. They can freak out about it or they can do business as usual. It doesn't matter. What I'm voting for is to actually get people in office who are going to do some shit. So my thing is I never base anything that I do based on white people's reactions unless it's something that could possibly cause death, which that is a real consideration, because anytime black people do anything, a lot of times it causes death. So, you know, I don't think that if there was a widespread population thing like voting, I don't think that would be something that would cause death immediately, per se, instantaneously, like a MLK or Malcolm X assassination. But the reality of it is that anytime black people do anything, white people don't just shrug their shoulders and move on. That's us downplaying ourselves. When we do degeneracy, white people swarm to it like shit. So if that's what they swarm to like shit when we're doing non-productive stuff, imagine what would happen if we did productive stuff. It'd be terrifying. Jay says, oh, yeah, I agree with you. All these platforms have Democratic shills and no intention on helping black people, just getting them to vote. Exactly. So that's one of the reasons why they had Joy Reid and Don Lemon come out. And again, you know, and I try not to get frustrated with those people because, like, I get it. And I try not to, like, go completely crazy on people. And, like, I don't think a lot of people that are bootlicks, I don't think they have a bad intention. I don't think they understand politics is one of the things. And I think that what we need to do, instead of calling everybody bootlicks and coons, I think we need to call the specific politicians bootlicks and coons. I think we need to call the celebrities bootlicks and coons. I think we need to call criminals and degenerates bootlicks and coons. But I think the people that still trust the media, people that still trust old school politicians, I think we should try to at least gradually educate them, not necessarily moving away from what they're doing, but about how the political process works. Because in my opinion, it's easier to get people to understand things if you get them to ask questions on their own, instead of if you try to force ideas on somebody. Like, if you try to tell me 1 + 1 = 3, or you've been believing 1 + 1 = 3 for, 50 years. Well, I just want to show you something. You see this item that I got here? Yeah. How many items do I have? 1, right? Now, you see this other item that I have? Yeah. How many items do I have now? Well, you have 2 of them. Right. Then you just kind of sit back. So I'm curious can you show me how 1 + 1 = 3? And then you let the magic happen. In my opinion. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? So now Jay says he's wrong on the voting part. If black people didn't vote, then LGBTQ and other immigrants will come after us because the Democrats need us to further their agenda. Now, here's my question. Does anybody care who comes after us? I can't remember if I read your comment or not, Fantasy. I'm sorry. Have you ever heard of using Serial for a streaming platform? No, I never heard of it. Looks pretty good for content creators. I'll check it out, bro. Good looking. I'm gonna check it out. Do they have an app that you can download on the phone, or you got to go to a website, or how's that work? Moore says, I personally believe if black people didn't vote. Oh, we already read that. Okay, we already read that. My bad. Appreciate it, Moore. Everybody, please make sure you guys listen to Moore and smash that like button. Abdul says the Democrats stand to lose both the Senate and the House in the upcoming midterm elections. The lack of the black vote is only one of the reasons why they stand to lose. Let them crash and burn. I totally agree. I don't know if you guys saw that community post that I made, but they're so desperate that in Denver they're issuing $400 checks to offset the gas price. Remember, we said that. We said that would happen. Didn't we say that? If we said that would happen, type in a 1. If we didn't, type in a 2. Another thing is they just put out an announcement today that the economy shrank 1.4%, allegedly, quote, unexpectedly. We talked about this about a month or 2 ago. We predicted that the economy would shrink. We said that it would. Anytime the inflation rate skyrockets, the economy is shrinking because people aren't going to be spending as much money. But for whatever reason, they continue to put out these overly optimistic GDP calculations. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Rob has 2 B's. So now Jay says, don't get me wrong, I don't care if they come after us. I'm just saying that this is how the morons of the Democratic Party will frame it. Next, we'll see Roland Martin calling us dumbasses. And Roland Martin calling us dumbasses isn't true, but us calling him a fat ass is. That's my response to that. You think so, Verna? You think those people know? You may be right about some of them. I give you that. Maybe a percentage of them do. I don't think all of them do, though. But I think that if we when we discuss these kind of things, if we have conversations, I think you'll be able to tell within 5 minutes who actually doesn't know versus who actually does. I agree with you though. There are some people who absolutely know. You know what I'm saying? I do agree with that. But I don't think it's all of them know. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I don't think it would hurt if we promoted political education as a trend to go forward, you know what I mean, in the future. You making them sound like preschoolers. That's hilarious. He got a big watermelon head and his body looks like a shirt buttoned over a watermelon. You know what I'm saying? Gullah Jack says we don't have to convince our people of anything. They'll catch up like they did when Trump got in office. Before that, no talks of white supremacy. During Trump, everyone was woke. They'll catch up. Now, here's my question for you, Gullah Jack. What do you feel that the lag time would be detrimental? Because I agree. I do think that people will catch up, but I think that the best situation would be if people caught up faster. So my thing would be, I agree, and I would put people catching up in my back pocket, but I would be more interested in trying to figure out effective ways of getting people where they need to be right now. How can we get people where they need to be or on point right now? You know what I'm saying? Hobbs says, Rob, we know the Dem politicians are full of shit, but I believe voters are so scared of the GOP that they are willing to give them a pass. Now, I got a question for you, Hob. What's your position on that? Do you feel that people should be scared of the GOP, or do you feel that when you say give them a pass, what do you mean? Like just not vote at all and GOP wins everything? In my opinion, I don't think that the GOP winning or losing is really I don't think that is a factor of anything. I don't think that's going to harm or help anything. I think what people need to start doing is understanding how to do politics in GOP language. That's what I think. Because you may not vote for those people, but you will pay taxes in their district. See, voting isn't the only leverage that you have. So if you understand GOP language and you can talk in GOP language, you may not be able to get reparations immediately, but you may be able to get some things that you can build with, which we shouldn't just be waiting on one thing. We should be constantly fighting for reparations while building as much power and resources, because ultimately it should come down to the United States will do what they're supposed to, or we've built up enough resources where we can just take what we need from the United States. Yeah, I'm kind of with Maine on this. I agree with Maine. I don't the GOP just wants to live in a white utopia. You know what I'm saying? They're detrimental, but they're no more detrimental than Democrats. It doesn't affect us either way because none of them are anything. The thing about the GOP is that they're an automatic repellent to themselves. In my opinion, the Democrats, people are still hypnotized by them. So what people need to start doing is developing as much disdain for the Democrats that they have for the GOP. I'm not saying give the GOP a break because they need to be called out and criticized every damn moment of the day. But at the same time, no, people need to do that shit with the Democrats as well. There needs to be equal mistrust and equal disdain to both political parties. Looking past what the Democrats do and also thinking that the GOP is some kind of default go-to or default savior, that's kind of absurd. Like the GOP is not it. Like they're not the answer. You know what I'm saying? And I got to agree with Verna. It's all of them. Abdul says we definitely need political education so we can conduct mature politics. I agree. I agree 100%. My thing is, in order to do that, we have to figure out a way to get people interested. And once we get people interested, we have to figure out a way to keep them interested. In my opinion, one way to do that is to start early with programming, which is, in my opinion, one of the reasons why it's so important to have a media vehicle. Kids need to start learning about this with subliminal messages the same way they put LGBTQ in cartoons. You know what I'm saying? Abdul says multitasking indeed, fight for reparations and build our self-preservation and independence. Powernomics. I totally agree. Facts. Maine says there should be far greater disdain for the Democrats because they betrayed their constituency twice in one decade. No, that's facts. And not to mention, they were some of the original racists. So there's a third thing. I agree. So I agree with you, Maine. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at that. Solo says we also have to take emotions out of it. I agree with that 100%. Honestly, we need to take emotions out of it, but keep passion in it. We need to stay passionate, but minimize the emotion. Those are two separate things. And people sometimes tend to get them confused. They're not synonymous. You know what I'm saying? Who knows what the apartheid is? And I agree, Gullah Jack. You're absolutely right. If you guys know what the apartheid is, type in the comments. If you don't, let's talk about it. Apartheid. It translates into separateness or aparthood. It was a system of institutionalized racial segregation that existed in South Africa and Southwest Africa from 1948 until the early 1900s. I'm sorry, until the early 1990s. So much for how does racism affect anybody alive today. Last time I checked the census, everybody from the 1990s wasn't dead yet. White people can continue to live in their false reality world. Apartheid was characterized by an authoritarian political culture based on Boskap, which ensured that South Africa was dominated politically, socially, and economically by the nation's minority white population. That's interesting. You sure that that A in USA isn't United States of Apartheid? Sounds to me like United States, USA, the good old US of A. That A might be apartheid. According to this system of social stratification, white citizens had the highest status, followed by Indians and coloreds, then Black Africans. That's interesting. So for all those people that say colorism doesn't exist, maybe next time you decide to cyber slurp Elon Musk, ask him about the coloreds. The economic legacy and social effects of apartheid continue to the present day. Broadly speaking, apartheid was delineated into petty apartheid. That's interesting. It's interesting how we call ourselves petty. I think it was Moore that said that we like to repeat slogans. Another thing it seems like we like to repeat is white supremacist talking points at each other. Fascinating. For people that don't believe that shit, we sure as hell repeat it a lot. Which entailed the segregation of public facilities and social events, and grand apartheid, which dictated housing and employment opportunities by race. The first apartheid law was Prohibition of Marriages Acts in 1949, followed closely by the Immortality Amendment Act of 1950, which made it illegal for most South African citizens to marry or pursue sexual relations across racial lines. That's the first law that they put into place. That's interesting. They never talk about that in that gender war content. But I wonder what the reason is for that. I got a pretty good idea. Shouts out to IDK. What up with it, bro? I got a pretty good idea what that might be, but I'm curious to see what everybody thinks. It's interesting. That's interesting. The Population Registration Act of 1950 classified all South Africans into one of four racial groups based on appearance, known ancestry, socioeconomic status, and cultural lifestyle: black, white, colored, and Indian. The last of two, which included several subclassifications. Places of residence were determined by racial classification. Between 1960 and 1983, 3.5 million black Africans were removed from their homes and forced into segregated neighborhoods as a result of apartheid legislation. Now, what do you guys think about this? It sounds very familiar, doesn't it? It sounds a lot like home, doesn't it? This didn't end until 1990. You think this got anything to do? You think this got anything to do with why Elon Musk has such a problem with woke? Elon Musk got a big problem with woke. You guys see my community post? One of the resident white supremacists that like to leave a mucus trail on my channel made sure to post that under one of my videos about Elon Musk. Oh, he's going to cancel the wokey wokes. You're not surprising anybody here. Run me that family. We talking about him right now. In some of the largest mass evictions in modern history, most of these targeted removals were intended to restrict the black population to 10 designated tribal homelands, also known as Bantustans. They were known as Bantustans. That sounds a lot like Blackistan, don't it? Bantustan, because the Bantu were the black people. The Bantu tribe, Stan. Bantustan. Man, I swear to God, it ain't no white supremacists like black people. Oh my God. Damn. Man, I swear to God, there is no white supremacist worse than black people. I mean, motherfuckers, we create everything and then copy their hatred of ourselves. Like that shit is fascinating. Shouts out to my man KO Kid Fit. What up with it, bro? I've got a question, bro. If white colonizers took over South Africa and now they kids call themselves Africans, is that really valid besides on paper? Because you slick don't belong. That's a fact. That's one of the reasons why they're getting the land taken and getting kicked out of there. That's why I always joke around and say that Elon Musk is my favorite African American. Hee hee ha ha. Most of those people that are apartheid descendants are from the Netherlands. They're Dutch. They also speak a language, I think it's called Afrikaans or something like that. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think it's a mix between Dutch and some native tribal language, or some African language, or Swahili or something like that. I'm not too sure. But I don't think that any white person should be able to call themselves African, because none of us can call ourselves European. But we don't make the rules. So they can make whatever illegitimate rule they want to. Right, as of right now. And I always say as of right now because it's temporary, because it is temporary. So what they need to do is get in line at the buffet table and start scraping up the last of the food, because the trays are about to get put away and shops about to close down. Tribal homelands known as Bantustans, 4 of which became nominally independent states. The government announced that relocated persons would lose their South African citizenships as they were absorbed into Bantustans. You can't find the email. Oh, do you have IG or Twitter or any of that stuff? Or Facebook? If you do, just hit the you know what? I'm gonna have to start putting my email address in the about section, or in the description box. But it's just it's Blacklight Revelations, all one word, @gmail.com. Abdul says, exactly. The worst white supremacists are non-white. They want to be white more than white people. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. That's one of the reasons why I kind of have some of the views that I have, because those facts and the fact that white supremacy is one of the most diverse employers on the planet, it kind of negates a lot of things and makes things a little bit more complex. So that's one of the reasons I have certain tolerances for certain things and certain intolerances for other things, because it kind of just messes everything up. You know what I'm saying? Apartheid sparked significant international and domestic opposition. I don't recall this. The only opposition that I recall is white people having an issue that black people have a problem with white people just stealing shit. That's the only thing I remember. I don't remember any international and domestic opposition or outrage to any black brutalization by non-black groups ever. I don't ever recall that, because that's never happened. This is nonsense. If this was significant, then everybody should remember somebody having an issue with it. Does anybody remember, because we were all alive during the 90s, does anybody remember any significant celebrities or any significant public figures speaking out about how white and outraged they were by this? I don't. You guys recall that? Did that happen? Are we having a Mandela? Ironically, oh, no pun intended. Are we having a Mandela effect moment right now? Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's why they called that the Mandela effect, because maybe it's a bunch of people remembering shit that didn't happen. Interesting. Oh, this resulted in one of the most influential global social movements of the 21st century. Damn, that shit's crazy how nobody ever mentions it when they compare things to Black Lives Matter. I mean, I've literally never heard Black Lives Matter being compared to apartheid resistance. Maybe everybody's just having a Mandela effect moment. You know, the Mandela effect, when people tend to remember a bunch of shit that never happened. Run me that family. Run me that country. Run me that definition of why it's called the Mandela effect. It was a target of frequent condemnation. Really frequent. If it happens so frequently, maybe somebody can remember just one time that it happened. Does anybody remember one time that it happened? In the UN, and brought about an extensive arms trade and embargo on South Africa. That's interesting. Somehow, they still got a lot of weapons. Guess the UN didn't have as much control as they thought that they did. Kind of like now. During the 1970s and the 1980s, internal resistance to apartheid became increasingly militant, prompting brutal crackdowns by National Party government and practiced sanctioned violence that left thousands dead or in detention. Interesting how they say by the government. What government? Whose government? Who were the people that were the face of the government? Black supremacy means nothing more than critiquing white brutality. That's literally all black supremacy is. And, you know, white people have to come with a not so intelligent comeback. Oh, you're a black supremacist. Show me a law that I've ever written that treated white people in an inferior way. I've been called a black supremacist so many times. And you guys know, you guys come to my videos. I'm one of the most liberal, accepting, tolerant, open-minded, and nuanced people on the planet. But I'm not going to sit up there and tell a bunch of lies. And I'm not going to sit up there and accept a bunch of mail-splaining either. Nobody out here is a black supremacist. It's absolutely insane when white people say that. I try not to laugh. And then I just say, fuck it, and start literally belly laughing and howling. Oh, it sounds very, very similar, bro. Very similar. Now, you see, it's funny because they never... When's the last time you heard anybody talk about this? You know what you'll see? Go check out some of the media, some of the white media. Oh, they're outraged. Now, mind you, this is interesting. Joy Reid decided to talk about Elon Musk's family's apartheid roots. Now, I find that fascinating. But whatever. You know how they do. We'll feed you a little bit of sugar with a teaspoon of poison. One of the reasons why they had Joy Reid do that is because Joy Reid is a joke. So they know if they got her out in front of it to talk about it, it's going to be laughed off of the stage like at the Apollo. That's one of the reasons why they have such characters and clowns as black media. That's one of the reasons why they got Mark Lamoist Hill. That's one of the reasons why they got Don Ball-Grabbing Lemon. That's one of the reasons why they got Joy Reid. That's why they had these people. You don't see Tucker Carlson ever presenting crazy. And interestingly, you have Tucker Carlson like he's some fearful, dark figure, like this invincible guy that, you know what I'm saying, he's just going around bullying anybody. He's not significantly intelligent, and he's not really a good interviewer. But for whatever reason, he's the feared right-wing broadcaster. He got roasted live by Tariq. I don't know if anybody saw that episode of Fox, but he did. You know what I'm saying? Tariq backed him into a corner, and Tucker Carlson decided to bring up Tariq's book. And Tariq said, we're not talking about my book. Which they weren't. Same shit that happens all the time. You guys saw it live in the chat yesterday. Nobody asked about Derek Chauvin. Nobody asked about Kyle Rittenhouse. I asked about the similarities that you guys saw in the case. The resident mucus trail decided to say, well, Rittenhouse was just a boy. And I guess this is where we get woke. I guess this is where you just answer the damn question. What do you see similar about the case? Knee-jerk reactions. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's important. Pay attention. Study. You know what I'm saying? And Terrence brings up a good point. Joy Reid's goal of speaking on it was to ultimately say that Donald Trump may get back on Twitter, because you know how much those Twitter bullets, you know how many times Donald Trump has put people in the hospital with his tweets. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the top problems we got to worry about. Twitter injuries. You know what I'm saying? That Twitter bird, man, it'll peck your eye out if you ain't watching. So now here it says some reforms of the apartheid system were undertaken, including allowing for Indian and colored political representation into parliament. Now pay attention. This was a reform. You still have a whole segment of your population that's not accounted for. Indian and colored. Now, call me crazy. You can call me anything. But if it's, maybe it's a stretch, maybe it's not. But if that doesn't sound like people of color and what's going on with benign neglect, I don't know what does. That's interesting. Sounds a lot like the composition of our political parties. You sure that A in USA ain't United States of Apartheid? You sure about it? You positive? Between 1987 and 1993, the National Party entered into bilateral regulations with the African National Congress, the leading apartheid political movement for ending segregation and introducing majority rule. Now, they should have ended segregation and kicked all of those people out of the Netherlands or out of South Africa is what they should have done. There's no need to end segregation. Just get those people out of there. The ones who installed it and the ones who benefited off of it. See, in my opinion, when it comes to how we deal with certain political things, we stop a little bit early. They should have extracted every last apartheid descendant from that place and deported them all back to the Netherlands. Because that's what you would do if there was a hostile takeover here. That's what you would do if a foreign entity came in and tried to take over here. As soon as we started having beef with Russia, what ended up happening? The United States sent all of the Russian foreign nationals back to Russia. But these people just, now, somebody will say, oh, that's racist. No, it's not. Because nobody said that white people can't go there. Nobody said that. There's a specific group of white people who installed apartheid in South Africa. That specific group of people and everybody traced to those people should be removed. Now, if somebody from Russia happened to go there, or if somebody from, Slovenia decided to go there, they didn't have anything to do with apartheid. And they're not from South Africa, so they couldn't have benefited from it. I don't see an issue with that. But there should definitely be separation from Dutch and the Netherlands. And the South African government, in my opinion, should have taken care of that. But the biggest thing is ending segregation. I don't know what kind of consequence that instills. If you end segregation, then that shows that you can live peacefully with people who are trying to kill you. And in my opinion, there's something wrong with living peacefully with people that try to kill you. There's something extremely wrong with that. South Africa started taking their lands back from the white farmers, and people in America started pearl clutching. It's because people in America started seeing a possibility of events that doesn't really sit well with them. They started thinking that people might get some ideas. And it wouldn't just be black people who might get those ideas because, man, white people stepped on a whole bunch of people here. Now, it's only us that lays claim to reparations, but it definitely ain't us that are the only ones that lay claim to a collective ass whooping. It definitely ain't just us. That might fuck around and be a jumping if people decided to get their minds right. I think that's what people started seeing in their sleep. What if all of these people get a hair up their ass because of what's going on in South Africa? Well, damn, this group of people might help us. Oh, shit. We shit on these people. Damn. Well, maybe this group will help. Oh, damn, we shit on them too. Well, maybe this. Oh, shit. Well, fuck it, white power. Oh, damn, we shit on the entire Eastern Europe and Russia. Yeah, you even shit on other white people. I don't know how that will work out. I don't know what that would look like if people just decided to collectively wake up and do a running collective of world history and who's done what. There's one group of people that are always going to be on the mugshot. That's probably why people in the United States start getting kind of anxious. Why do we have America's favorite apartheid resident, Trevor Noah, showing love for America's favorite segregationist, Joe Biden? Well, you see how light-skinned Trevor Noah is. You know what I'm saying? It's probably genetic. Give him a break. In 1990, prominent ANC figures such as Nelson Mandela, interestingly, Mandela effect, interestingly, a scenario where people have implanted memories that never took place, interestingly, was released from prison. Apartheid legislation was repealed on the 17th of June in 1991. How did racism affect anybody that's alive today? That's interesting. It's interesting to me that the greater collective of white people believe that there's no South Africans alive today who were alive between 1940 and 1991. That is mind-boggling to me. It's also mind-boggling how white people don't believe in aliens until they're abducted or until we talk about how the pyramids got built. I just had to throw that in there. That's something else that I find interesting. Speaking of those pyramids, where Carlton Way at? Shout out to Carlton Way. Leading to multiracial elections in April 1994, which in my opinion, I don't think those should have been multiracial elections. Like I said, anybody that benefited from the apartheid system, which would have been non-black people, because black people were the worst affected by apartheid. Anybody who was compliant with the apartheid system should have been put in prison or deported. And that includes the coloreds. That includes the, quote, Indians. Because, see, if I ever ran the United States, those coons and bootlicks, they're going to be right next to the people they want to be like. And that's not going to be in a comfortable place. Because, you know, I'm not racist. Now, I don't know if you guys know about this, but Elon Musk's family has an interesting family history. Like all these people do. you know, miraculously, they just have money. Just money. I got a question for you guys. Do you guys know what kind of business Elon Musk's family was in? If you guys know what kind of business Elon Musk's family was in, type it into the comments. Elon Musk is one of those kind of people that had that Donald Trump pull him up by the bootstraps start. He had that bootstraps start. You know, Trump had a small loan of $1 million. That bootstraps start. Elon Musk came from a wealthy family that was also wealthy because of a free ride. They got the biggest scholarship in the world. They got the skin scholarship from the apartheid system that, you know, by white people's calculations, didn't affect anybody that was alive today. Because nothing white people do affects anybody that's alive today. They're wrong about that. It affects people negatively today. Terrence Jackson is right. They were emerald miners. Now, here's my question. How many emeralds do you think they picked out of a cave? Probably none. Here's a better question. If they went into a cave, do you think they would have left or would they made themselves at home? Apartheid. We already talked about this. Was segregation of legislation that upheld segregationist policies against non-white citizens of South Africa. Exactly how white people want the entire world, which is exactly what they've created in the entire world. Tony says, what you mad at today? The fact that certain people have oxygen in their lungs. In case you really care. You know what I'm saying? After the National Party gained power in Africa, South Africa, in 1948, its all-white government immediately began enforcing existing policies of racial segregation. When is the last time there's been an all-black European government? Anybody know? Matter of fact, that's a great question for Tony to answer. When is the last time there was an all-black government in Europe? Current Europe. Future Europe is going to be called Lake Europe. Or Europe Sea, my bad. Salt water. If I recall correctly, the Moors didn't, quote, govern Europe. And if I also recall correctly, last time you talked about the Moors, you said they weren't black. And I always recall correctly. So you want to explain the discrepancy? And if you need me to jog your memory about the Moors aren't black comment, I can have it posted up by the end of the day. Kind of like your first comment about Elon Musk, if you want me to. Under apartheid, non-white South Africans, a majority of the population, would be forced to live in separate areas from whites and use separate public facilities. Right around the time of Jim Crow. Now, I got to ask you guys a question. You think these South African people were trading notes with the good American people here? If they're multicultural, then why would you mention them? Because I didn't ask when the last time a multicultural civilization governed Europe. I asked when the last time a black civilization governed Europe. So why would you give the Moors as an answer, when I didn't ask about a multicultural civilization governing Europe? I asked about a black one. They like to flip-flop. Dirty ones, too. Contact between the two groups would be limited. Despite strong and consistent opposition to apartheid within and outside of South Africa, its laws remained in effect for the better part of 50 years. In 1991, the government of President F.W. de Klerk began to repeal most of the legislation that provided the basis for apartheid. Now, this is interesting, and I think this deserves more study because, as we know, anytime white people have ever removed racism that they've installed, they only do it for economic purposes and to make racism work more efficiently. This is another thing that white people do. Can you just let me be? I didn't say anything bad today. Me let you be. Where you at? Where you at? No, multicultural means multicultural. That doesn't mean black. See, this is the problem with white people. And you just said something bad. Shouts out to the rebel. What up? Multicultural doesn't mean black. I asked you specifically, when is the last time a black government governed Europe? First, you said the Moors. Then I checked you about the Moors because last time you were here, you said they were black. And you also said that they were multicultural. You verified saying that they're multicultural, which still isn't black. I don't know what the fuck you don't understand, but black is not a genetic trash can. There's some black people that don't even accept biracial people as black, which I understand. I get why that is. So answer the question. If that's the case, well, we're not going to go there. But you still haven't answered my question. When is the last time a black government governed Europe? Because I think it's time for that to happen, honestly. If you guys think it's time for a black government in Europe, type in a 1. If you don't, type in a 2. I think it is. I think it's long overdue, as a matter of fact. President de Klerk and activist Nelson Mandela would later win the Nobel Prize for their work creating a new constitution for South Africa. And this Nobel Prize shit is suspect, in my opinion. That means nothing to me that somebody got a Nobel Prize. Martin Luther King got a Nobel Prize. No. I said white doesn't exist. Black is a race. White is a social construct. If you haven't seen these apartheid laws that created what white is, then I don't know what's wrong with you. You clearly must not be watching the screen. Black is a race based on genetics. White is a classification based on social elements. Also, Europe is actually part of Asia. There's a reason why Russia is not considered Europe. Because current day Europe doesn't qualify as a continent. And it's not according to me and Izzy. It's according to the definitions that white people like Webster and Oxford put in their dictionaries. So I never said that black doesn't exist. This has nothing to do with anything. So far, you're 0 for 3 for answering my questions. You know what happens on the third strike, right? You seen baseball, America's favorite pastime. What happens on the third strike? I hope you don't get this one wrong. Had to make an example out of you. What happens on the third strike? Shouts out to my man Peter. What up with it, bro? My man Mike Mellis John says for the better, one, but realistically two, since Europe is dealing in its iron threshold like America globally without us getting involved. Facts. Never, I guess. Well, guess what? With that pea brain of yours, you actually guessed right. How's that feel? Does honesty hurt? Perfect timing. Who started? I love talking about this kind of shit. Who started apartheid in South Africa? Anybody in the comment section want to throw out there who it was that started apartheid in South Africa? Let's take a wild guess, and then after we read this section, we'll double up and verify just so we have a clear understanding of who it was that decided to start this. But let's get some guesses, though. Anybody know who started apartheid in South Africa? Let's take a wild guess. Remember, Tony, you might want to sit this one out because you're on 3 strikes. Oh. 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 Oh, you just struck out. You just struck out. The Dutch and the British. Now, I'm kind of disappointed in Mike, and I'm kind of disappointed in RGT. I ain't gonna lie. You know, white people like to take credit for things that they create because they feel that it's just so much better than what everybody else does. Why don't you give them full credit? Just go ahead and say it. White people. Because there was nobody black that was Dutch or British that helped with the apartheid. By the definition of the apartheid, they were not allowed to be involved. They didn't have a place for coons, except for maybe in the military or muling shit. The United States of America and Europe are going to experience Rome 2.0. I agree. It's I think the initiation, the start of those processes, in my opinion, are happening right now. You know what I'm saying? We're in the beginning stages of the fall. You know what I'm saying? Racial segregation and white supremacy had become central aspects of South African policy long before apartheid began. The controversial 1913 Land Act, is that white people acting like they actually own land? Is that what I call it, the Land Act? Because we know it's not actually ours, but we're going to act like it is. This, just like the Civil Rights Act, is that them acting like they're civil, knowing good and well they ain't? Oh, man. It marked the beginning of territorial segregation by forcing black Africans. I made sure to say that black Africans, like there's some other kind of Africans. What other kind of Africans are there? That's interesting. They're just giving away our shit all over the board. What other kind of Africans are there? It's interesting. Nobody ever says white Europeans, do they? These people are trying to make it like we're the aliens. What other kind of Africans are there? Anybody heard of any other kind of African? This is fascinating to me. Is there anything other than, is there Anything other than Asians? No, there's no such thing as a white African. First of all, there's no such thing as white, period. You're clear. Second of all, there's no such thing as white Africans. You're from Europe and Asia. Just like there's no such thing as white Americans. It's made up terminology and just nonsense is absurd. I've never said that everybody originated in Africa. I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. Science doesn't even say that everybody originated in Africa. Science says that humans originated in Africa. Science says that Homo sapiens originated in Africa. Science also says that Africans are the most Homo sapien people on the planet. So no, I don't agree with the out of Africa theory. It goes directly against the genetic evidence that's been found. But that doesn't mean we all can't live in harmony. It just means that we're different. The reason why we can't live in harmony is because people are liars and violent and thieves. I totally agree, Abdul. I agree 100%. How would everybody originate from Africa? Like I said, I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. I don't call myself an African American. And it doesn't matter what it says on my tax. What it says on my tax is what the American government put on there. Just because the American government put something on there doesn't mean that it's legitimate. You think that what somebody checked off on a box, that a government that human trafficked their descendants and also killed their descendants that were already here, is legitimate? Seriously? When have you ever heard me call myself African American? When has anybody ever heard that? When have you ever heard anybody in this room call ourselves African Americans? I'm pretty sure that nobody in this room calls themselves African American. As a matter of fact, let's just get a head check. If you consider yourself or identify as African American, type in a 1. If you don't, type in a 2. I've never lived in Africa ever, and I didn't immigrate here. Are you saying that the birth certificate supersedes actual reality? Is that what you're saying? Because my question for you would be, see, you are an immigrant. Your last name says it. You're from Italy. Your family is from Italy. Your tax papers, as you say, and your birth certificate don't say Italian American. It doesn't say European American either. So now my question is, why do you think you're so much better than me, that me, whose family not only has been here in the United States, but another part of my family was human trafficked here, why mine should say that I have origins from a continent that I never lived in and nobody in my family lived in? Your family came from Italy. You should be called an Italian American. Now, I guarantee you that's not what you checked off on your tax box, now is it? See how that works? Worm. You proud of the mafia and selling heroin in black neighborhoods and having your money ran by the same people that run the money currently? That's what you're proud of? Or are you proud of the Tierra masseuse shops in Hoboken, New Jersey? Of course you didn't have an option for it. Why wouldn't you have an option for it? Think about it. You don't have an option for it because you're not natural to the United States. Somebody in your family had to be naturalized. See, the naturalization process is when you make something artificial, illegitimately natural. I'm sure your great-grandfather was in the mafia. That's how the Italian people built their wealth, through crime. And I wonder if it was my grandfather that killed him. That'd be a plot twist, wouldn't it? Because my grandfather used to do business with the mafia. So don't speak on shit you don't know. The Great Depression and World War II brought an increasing economic woe to South Africa and convinced the government to strengthen its policies of racial segregation. That's interesting. My grandfather had great relations with black people. We had a couple black girlfriends and called people eggplants and jigaboos. I'm sure. Italians are some of the most racist, vile, just genetically racist people that don't like anybody other than Italians in the entire world. I highly doubt that your grandfather had great relations with black people unless he was a connect for some heroin or selling somebody a pepperoni pizza. What exactly did your grandfather do? I'm curious. What was so great about the relationship? Wait for this, guys. This is going to be great. What was the relationship? You sure he taught them to treat them as your own family, or treat them as a family you own? White people tend to have a nasty habit of teaching other white people to treat non-white people like the family they own, not their own family. Got a little bit of genetic dyslexia going on there. I'm reading about it right now, you know. So he taught your father how to act like a normal human being. Does he deserve an applause for that? It's kind of like when I hear people say they paid child support. You know what I'm saying? What did he do? He taught him like family. What the hell does donating money to Martin Luther King have to do with anything? That makes him a saint? Did he stand in the way when any of those little girls were getting bit up by dogs? Did he do that shit? Did he tell any of those police officers, yo, stop spraying these people down? When Martin Luther King said the canceled check speech, did he get up there on stage right next to Martin Luther King and say, I'll be the first one to deliver on these reparations that you're owed? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. He helped build a school. So he was a construction worker. Everybody get their pom-poms out. Now, here's an even better question. Did he help build that school to a black company that was contracted? Or did he help build a school working for an Italian company that was contracted? Everybody takes a picture of their work. I get my hair braided. The person doing my hair takes picture of their work. I don't understand what that's supposed to do. So I'm trying to figure out what happened. You say that your grandfather taught your father to treat black people like family. And I'm confused as to what happened between your father and you. He taught you to be a class clown. That shit's crazy. I'd feel kind of like I got swindled there. You know what I'm saying? So now apartheid becomes law. All right. Now this is in 1950. In 1950, the government had banned marriages between white people and people of other races and prohibited sexual relations between black and white South Africans. The Population Registration Act of 1950 provided the basic framework for the apartheid by classifying all South Africans by race, including Bantu. You see, Bantu. Bantu means black Africans. So remember, they set up Bantustan. So every time you hear somebody say Blackistan, just remember, you know what I'm saying? How am I a class clown? You just spotlight me out. Well, I mean, you're the one that decided to be a piece of salt and a pepper shaker. So welcome to the meal. You know what I'm saying? A fourth category, Asian, which they said before was Indian, meaning Indian and Pakistani, was later added. In some cases, the legislation split families. Parents could be classified as white while their children were classified as colored. Now, pay attention, because white people try to flip the script on this dumbass shit today. This right here, this is the same as the one drop rule, right? This is the same as the one drop rule. Tony on the chopping block again. Everything that you've just said, what is that supposed to do? So that's just it. Your dad fixed everything that happened, and anybody that complains about anything or anybody that talks about this is just woke, right? You should find out about that ownership before we have to. A series of land acts, and again, anytime you hear white people talking about land act, it's them acting like they're entitled to some damn land that they stole. Set aside more than 80% of the country's land for the white minority. And we're going to set this aside. We're going to set this aside. Set it aside for what? Well, remember, they don't do any of this. And if you talk about this, it's woke. Now, remember, this didn't end until 1990. What was it? 1991. This shit is crazy, man. How do you live in such denial? You know what else I want to show you guys? I just want to bring you guys' attention to something. Pay attention, all right? Watch how you guys will watch a live stream, right? And say for instance, it'll have about the same amount of people as mine. It'll have like between 30 and 40 people in there. Now watch at the end when the live stream is over, it'll have like 1.7K views or something like that. Notice how mine like only ever get 300. Like notice that shit. Like ain't that shit crazy? How's that shit work? I told you I'm going to stop saying shit since it's highly offensive. It's not that it's offensive. It's what you should do is just say things that are honest. Like you don't offend anybody. That's why I said you were the class clown, because we all laugh. I don't know if you're aware of that. You know what I'm saying? I know this is what's funny, but yet you say that I'm a racist. So now here it says, in order to limit contact between races. Now pay attention, because this is what people who are racist do. This is what people that are racist do. In order to limit contact between races, the government established separate public facilities where whites and non-whites limited the activities of non-white labor unions and denied non-white participation in national government. This is what we're dealing with right now. We don't have access to participation in government. Yep, that was him, KO Kid Fit. So now they're talking about apartheid and separate development. All right. So I don't think we need to go through all of this. Again, these are lies. There's not any white people anywhere on the planet that opposed apartheid. They were all down with it and would continue to have it today if they could. And it looks like China is actually working on installing their own unique kind of apartheid in Africa. They're separating, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, not much is being done about it, but it is what it is. Now, one thing that I find interesting is that the first thing that happened as soon as Elon Musk bought Twitter is that the white media and white people did the same thing that they always do. Went fucking crazy over a transaction. I mean, I've never gone to Walmart and anybody told me that I was a genius because I purchased something. Ever. But Elon Musk made a transaction, and as a result of it, oh my God, he's got the mucus-brained mutants running wild. Another thing that they tried to do is they're downplaying his family's involvement in the apartheid. The same way they all involved their beneficiary of American racism today. They're all trying to get away from their racist history. They're all trying to get away from their degeneracy. They try to shame you for their racism. You talk about the civil rights movement. Oh my God, if I hear one more woke thing, you mean one more thing that your family was able to buy that real estate business with. The only conversation that I would have with Elon Musk is, I hope you colonize Mars before I get in contact with the colony of entities that the Dogon people were in contact with that are from Sirius A and B. That's the only thing that I would have to say. I really don't give a fuck about anything that he has to say, because I'm not impressed with anything that he has to say. Because he's not, in my opinion, very smart at all. This is a person that feels that human intelligence is so limited that we have to augment our brains with artificial intelligence. Well, if he feels that way, then he should feel that way about the kind of human being that he is. I don't feel that the kind of human being I am is so limited that I need to augment my brain with a Neuralink chip or with any kind of transhumanism. Elon Musk feels that way because Elon Musk knows exactly what time it is. Elon Musk knows that he's one of the people without. So because he's one of the people without, he has to create devices to add. I don't think that we need to create any kind of devices. I just think we need to learn to work with our gifts and we'll be fine. So I don't think that there's anything that we would have to talk about, him and I. And honestly, I don't know if you're aware of this, but he's not slowing down. He has Asperger's. Were you aware of that? He's not slowing down. He has Asperger's. So all of that slowness, it's not him like slowing down. And here's my question. You say normal people. Normal people don't have Asperger's, first of all. No, nobody said that it made him dumb. You said that it made him dumb. I'm talking about speed. You said that he has to slow down. I'm saying he doesn't have to slow down. It's his slowness that you're talking about is pathological. That's what I said. Now, what is it that you think that's so complicated about him that people can't understand? What's so complicated? What's so mythical about this short South African trust fund baby that you can't understand? What's so complicated? What has he done that's so monumental? What numbers in physics? Nikola Tesla was beyond normal comprehension levels. Elon Musk is not. Elon Musk hasn't created any significant calculations, and he hasn't even jotted down anything about any kind of theory of everything. What numbers, what formula are we saying that he created? What new physics has he created? What additions to quantum theory and string theory has he done? What numbers? This is what I'm saying. Like, white people just make up shit. No, he doesn't make space rockets. He has a team of engineers that make space rockets. It's a very different task to conceptualize versus put in production. Everything that he's conceptualized is based on a pre-existing concept that he added nothing to. Space rockets were already in existence, clearly. Now, he's thinking about creating a hypersonic plane path. Hypersonic planes already exist. He's thinking about creating a vacuum system for underground and underwater travel. The vacuum system already exists. Everything that he's come up with has already been conceptualized in science fiction movies. And those principles have already been put to use in modern engineering. The only thing that he's doing is putting money into projects that other people didn't think were as high a priority. No more, no less. Sorry to burst your bubble. And that means nothing. And we don't know if he's going to Mars. When he lands on Mars, then we'll talk about it. But again, it's been a plan to go to Mars for a very long time. Terraforming Mars has been a thought for a very long time. As a matter of fact, back in the 90s, there was a 3-cartoon miniseries called Red Planet, and it talked about terraforming Mars. That cartoon series was based on a book. None of his ideas are original. Why wouldn't you think to colonize Mars? Why would anybody with a working brain not consider Mars for colonization? It's a rocky planet. It has a thin oxygen atmosphere with a small concentration of nitrogen, and it also has water in the form of ice on the surface. Why would that be the place to think to colonize? It's literally one of the only places in the solar system that's known to have even a slightly favorable condition that could be converted. He didn't think about that. He didn't create that. It's named after the person who conceptualized it. The shit that you're talking about is called a Dyson sphere. Dyson conceptualized the Dyson sphere. And a scientist named Nikolai Kardashev used the Dyson sphere in logarithmic civilization calculations of type 1, type 2, and type 3 Kardashev civilizations. That's not a new concept either. Try again. It's not even fact that the Dyson sphere might not be something that doesn't exist. There's a place in the galaxy, or not in the galaxy, but there's a place in outer space called Booty's Void. And you guys can look this up. Booty's Void is a place where there's absolutely nothing in the middle of space where there's a bunch of stars. One of the scientific hypotheses, and the reason why that place may exist, according to some physicists, is because there could be a type 3 Kardashev civilization there. This is in caveman terms. It was white people that created all of this stuff. The reason why they think that there's no light coming from that area is because they're assuming that the Dyson spheres surrounding the stars are draining all of the energy. But this is just a theory. Nobody knows if it's true or not because we don't have any instruments that can see that far in that good a detail. And we don't have any way of getting any kind of camera there or sending the signal back here. So you might want to look up the Kardashev scale. Everything that Elon Musk is doing or has done, he's stolen it from either pre-existing theories, pre-existing physics, or pre-existing science fiction. There's nothing that he's doing that's original. Even his AI initiatives and the Neuralink chip, he stole that from the books called Robot City that Isaac Asimov wrote. It just amazes me what white people want to make themselves impressed with versus not. He's so innovative. He's the most interesting man in the world, like the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Like, seriously? Yeah, the signal would have to be able to return, and at those distances, who knows how long it would take. And at those distances, by the time it returned, things could change because of the Doppler effect. You know what I'm saying? As we look out into outer space, what we're seeing is the past. Nothing that we see is going on right now, except for close to us, like the sun. You know what I'm saying? Verna, you got me cracking up over here. So anyway, let's get back to this simpleton, Apartheid Musk. Elon Musk's family once owned an emerald mine in Zambia. Here's the fascinating story of how they came to own it. I mean, they came to own it the same way any white people came to own anything, by being beneficiaries of racism. By being beneficiaries of racism. Just like how white people got everything. I don't know why they're so fascinated about the same story. You'd think the people that tell everybody to pull themselves up by the bootstrap would actually want to see a story about hard work. Elon Musk's father planned to fly a plane from South Africa to England and sell it once they got there. Their plane got diverted, which led to a chance meeting with Italians who wanted to buy the plane in cash. With his new riches, Earl also bought half an emerald mine. Interesting. Now, these same white people, like Tony, will sit there and tell you and any black person to pull themselves up by the bootstrap. But now, the interesting thing about this is if we rerun this scenario, there is no way for a black person to even be able to attain this kind of situation. See, this happened in the mid-1980s. Apartheid didn't end until 1991. But see, they don't tell you this stuff. And if they do tell you, they'll try to water it down and make it sound, oh, it's going to be so Disney and heroic. There's nothing Disney and heroic about this shit. It's nothing new in the day of racism. We've seen it all before. In the mid-1980s, Elon Musk's father, Earl, and a co-pilot were on their way to England aboard a plane they hoped to sell. When they landed there, they never made it to their destination. Instead, Earl returned to South Africa with a half share in the Zambian emerald mine, which would help to fund his family's lavish lifestyle of yachts, skiing, holidays, and expensive computers. Now, this is what I find the most interesting. I like how they just conveniently skipped right past who he bought this diamond mine from. There you go. See, now you're asking the right questions. I want to know how the Italian family ended up owning a mine in South Africa. Maybe Tony could help us out with that. Isn't he the resident Italian here? It was that lifestyle, Earl says, that turned Elon into the kind of merchant adventurer that would later break the rules of motoring business with Tesla, then go on to change spaceflight with SpaceX. So basically, this motherfucker watched the Jetsons and decided to put into production everything he saw in the cartoons. You know, because I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of those kids with cable. Having access to different programming, I'm sure that has nothing to do with your creative abilities. You know, somebody could dig up a study on that. The way Earl tells it, that all started with an inconvenient religious holiday. An inconvenient religious holiday. This is interesting. On their way to England, Earl and his co-pilot got word that their original flight plan was going to cost a lot of money. We were going to fly into Jeddah, and there was a religious holiday. And they said, if we come in now, we have to pay $2,000. But if we wait 10 days, we can come in no charge. So we decided to head back to Lake Tanganyika from where we were. I think we were in Djibouti. Now, this is interesting, right? This is interesting. This is interesting. An inconvenient religious holiday. We were going to fly into Jeddah, and there was a religious holiday. And they said, if we come in now, we have to pay $2,000. But if we wait 10 days, we can come in at no charge. So we decided to head back. This is interesting. So this is Elon Musk's dad. There, two South Africans ran into a group of Italians, as it happened, who were in the market for an airplane. Eero named his price, and the deal was done. So we went to this guy's prefab, and he opened his safe, and there was just stacks of money. And he paid me out 80,000 pounds. It was a huge amount of money, he said. Now, this is interesting, right? What a Cinderella story. I mean, he just went to this Scrooge McDuck type thing, and there was just all this money laying in this safe. Had to be drug dealers, right? Had to be drug dealers, right? Because, I mean, who just has $80,000 cash laying around? Had to be drug dealers, right? Oh, it's all good. What up with it, Tia? What's good with you? This sounds fake as fuck. That's a fact. This sounds fabricated than a motherfucker. I got some other shit that sounds fake too. You guys are going to laugh. Standing with the cash in hand, Eero was made another offer. I mean, this motherfucker just, I mean, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like when you're white, I mean, they just run me them opportunities. Oh, he's a hero. He worked so hard. Man, stop it. Fuck out of here, man. Fuck this motherfucker. Yeah, I use that new Twitter shit for the same shit that I used the old Twitter for, posting my YouTube videos on it. And that's it. This Cinderella ass bullshit that didn't happen. This motherfucker got some mafia money from some English Italian criminals and then turned around and bought a blood diamond mine. And I'm supposed to be impressed by that in his Jetson scientific projects. I feel the same way about a human, an Earth citizen that feels that machines can surpass humanity that I feel about coons. There is nothing that I had to talk about with Elon Musk because I don't believe that humans are inferior to machines or programming language. You can't tell me that a neural net computer that's based off of the engineering of our human brains is superior to us. I'm sorry, but I'll never believe that. Like I said, if Elon Musk feels that way, see, I feel that way about all of humanity. But if Elon Musk wants to feel that way and he wants to proclaim that some created artificial ass machines are better than humanity, then say that about the type of human you are. Standing with cash in his hand, Eero was made another offer he couldn't refuse. Would he like to buy half an emerald mine for half of his new riches? I mean, just this is the three wish. This is some Aladdin type shit, but just, substituted with a white man. Humans invented damn machines themselves. Very ass backwards logic coming from white supremacist Musk mind state. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why the world is out of balance, Mike. Because we got rookie humans running shit. You never let the rookies be the team captain. They don't do that anywhere. There's no reason for that to be being done here on Earth. It's one of the reasons why, if you ask me, I think this is a hostile takeover. And it's just been generations and generations and generations, and people just don't know the exact details anymore, allegedly. But some people do. There's some people that do. Which is interesting, because pay attention to how white people, again, contradict themselves. Remember, where's Tony at? Get your ass out here, Tony. Remember when the C-19 happened? Oh, my God, the vaccine. It's the chip. It's the mark of the beast. You're literally celebrating the guy that wants to put a chip in your head, getting access to all of your information overnight. Let that one digest slow. It's amazing how the priorities change. Maine says, I seriously think his grandparents sacrificed someone for all of this. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? How do you go from you have an issue with the C-19 vaccine because you think it's the mark of the beast to cheerleading the guy who literally wants to stick a chip in your head? How does that work? How does that work? Somebody want to help me out with that? We need 3 more likes to get to 50. So if you guys do that, help your boy out. Make sure you guys smash that like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that bell icon twice. Make sure you guys also take a moment and hit the description box and follow my other social media. All right. To each his own. You know what I'm saying? To each his own. Me personally, I have an issue with dictation. I have an issue with imposition to my sovereignty. I don't have an issue with people having a choice. I have an issue with people telling me what I got to do and what I don't got to do, especially if I'm minding my own business. Somebody just said something about Dr. Fauci recently. I think he had a debate or somebody disagreed with something that he said. But interestingly, I don't know if you're aware, but the C-19 numbers are up because C-19 ain't going anywhere. I said, oh, all right. So I became half owner of the mine and we got emeralds for the next 6 years. This is a white success story. All right. Like, this is what white success looks like. Your job didn't make you. You could have filled out a religious exemption, or you could have just quit and found a job that didn't require it. That's what you could have did. See, I'm not trying to be funny, but this is the thing about like white people. They are 100% rah 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 gun ho until they get stopped dead in their tracks. There's a person at my job, and that person is just like Tony. You know what I'm saying? By default, anti-black about everything. Just recites lies. They were anti-vax. I'm not getting a vax. I'm not getting a vax. No one's making me get the vax. I'm standing up for my rights. Ain't nobody making me get the vax. I was laughing the entire time. Soon as they came and gave everybody the ultimatum, that motherfucker was the first one in line with their sleeves rolled up. Me, I'm still 100% natural. Just saying. And I still work there. It was a lucrative decision. Eero employed a cutter in Johannesburg and sold the stones wherever his travels as an engineer or family holiday took him. And on one last occasion, his now famous son took his hand at dealing the gems with peculiar results. So this is all they say about this shit. A very stupid and vague story that doesn't tell us anything. Who are these Italian people that just had massive amounts of money? I mean, who the fuck were these people? And who was the partner in the diamond mine? That's interesting that you're pro-vax. Well, that shows that you're pro-vax because you took it. So good for you. I'm pro people manage their own health. How do you feel about the vaccine proceeds, some of them going back to Henrietta Lacks's family? You know, the woman that they stole the cells to make the shit with? How do you feel about that? Since you feel so strongly about the vax, you feel anything about where the stem cells came from that they used in the recombinant manufacture of the RNA? How you feel about that? How you feel about that, huh? If you guys haven't smashed that like button, please make sure that you guys smash that like button. Also, real quick, guys, I just want to take a quick survey. If you guys got the notification for this live stream, please make sure you guys either put a 1 in the comment section or just drop an emoji. If you did not get a notification for this live stream, type in a 2. And we need one more like to get to 50. All right. We getting there. Nobody debunked anything about Henrietta Lacks. You out of your damn mind. Henrietta Lacks's family right now is literally involved in a lawsuit against damn near every single healthcare institution in the United States because a white scientist didn't break, but did some unethical shit. Imagine that, because that's what white people do. That was the cause of the creation of the informed consent laws. So we got the notifications working pretty well. That's what's up. That's what's good. Looks like everybody got a notification. I love being a pureblood. Do you like being a daywalker, though? That's the question. Why haven't they won yet? Because when white people violate people, they never admit to it. Why don't you do some research into these things? She was actually given, or actually her family and her were given research rewards from Johns Hopkins University and a bunch of other places. Shouts out to my man D-Buck over on Twitch. What up with it? It's the same reason white people won't give reparations. It's the same reason why Viola Fletcher is damn near 100, still sitting in a wheelchair after white barbarians decided to burn down her entire town that she lived in. It's the same reason why white people never acknowledge the Tuskegee study. And it's the same reason why nothing has been done about Wilmington, North Carolina. It doesn't matter what the YouTuber's name is. The YouTuber is just like every other white YouTuber. They're ashamed of what white people collectively do, so they want to downplay it. That's somebody's family that happened to. She's the reason why informed consent laws exist. And because that shit happened before a damn law was made, because the white doctor just didn't have common sense enough to not steal somebody's biopsy tissue, because it occurred before a law was formed, it might be difficult for them to win a lawsuit. If you don't understand that, what you need to do is go Google HeLa cells. And actually what you need to do and make practice is, if you don't know something, stop slurping the mayonnaise and go look it up. Is anybody surprised by this? Is anybody surprised by this? A teenage Elon Musk casually sold his father's emeralds to Tiffany and Company while his dad was sleeping. Facts, bro. Yo, shouts out to my man Grind and Motivate. If y'all don't follow his channel, man, make sure y'all go subscribe to that channel. You know what I'm saying? That's my homeboy right there, and his content is great. So, bro, drop your link if you want to. You know what I'm saying? I don't have my chest out, and nobody's yelling. That's called bass. That's called fact. That's called look it up. That's called I'm disappointed in you. That's called a good microphone, too. You know what I'm saying? Is anybody surprised by this? A teenage Elon Musk once casually sold his father's emeralds. Where was the father? Where was the father? He's a little thief, you see. You see, he's a little thief. Facts, Verna. I guess because he used the name Tesla. Usually you name a company after somebody that you have something in common with. Tesla actually had some great ideas and revolutionized a lot of things. Elon Musk happened to hit the trust fund baby jackpot. Well, what are we going to do today, Brian? The same thing we do every day, Pinky. Try to take over the world. I've never touched my dad's credit card. I might not be alive today. My dad would have throat punched me so hard, probably I'd be in a permanent neck brace right now if I ever did anything towards his wallet. I never stole a dime from anybody in my family. I never stole a dime from anybody ever. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's not normal behavior. So to assume that somebody just stole is not normal. Did you like Pinky and the Brain? Did you like Animaniacs, that guy? I liked Animaniacs too. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you guys hit up Grind and Motivate. He just put his channel link in the description. You know what I'm saying? Beat the hell out of their kids? No. Black people discipline their kids. That's why we looked at all of our white friends funny when they called their mom a bitch. Now, here's a question. How do parents beat the kids if there's only one parent in our households? Because that's something you guys like to repeat. So which one's beating? Because you put an S at the end of parents. Yes, it is. It is. It absolutely is. Because you're talking about Italian people are cultural criminals. And he said, treat black people like family, right? Now, remember, what's normal for his family is that he had an expectation that I stole from my dad. You see? So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Terrence, that statement still stands. That's not scared. No one's scared of their parents. The fact is that you need to understand repercussions for doing wrong. I'm not scared of my dad. I understand the consequence of stealing, which is something that white people have never had to deal with, which is one of the reasons why it's normalized in your households, which is what you just said. And you know what's crazy? I saw a white homeless person on the street the other day, so all of you must not have homes. None of you must have homes. I saw a white hobo sitting on the corner with his sign, and he was begging, and I just felt sad for white America at that moment. Because when I saw that one white person, I realized that that was normalized behavior for every other white person. I saw a white person that had a heroin needle sticking out of his arm. And at that moment, I decided to become religious again. And I got down on my knees and prayed for white people, because I realized if this one white person has a heroin needle sticking out of his arm, then by golly, the entire United States must be in a lot of trouble, which interestingly we are. See how that works? No, it's not child abuse. It's not child abuse. You know what it does? It creates a race of people that doesn't go around and take over other people's land. That's what it does. It creates a race of people that it's not normalized to steal from their families. That's what it does. You should be ashamed anytime you look in the mirror. You should be ashamed that you just assumed that it's normal behavior for someone to steal from their father. That wasn't a slip up. That was you being honest. You should be ashamed. You should have white guilt. My dad never took his anger out on me. My dad disciplined me. Have you ever seen somebody get anger taken out on them? Or even better question, have you ever been disciplined? Probably not. Facts. Facts. Oh, that's what's up. Vernon, you do Isaac Asimov's puzzles in the paper? That's what's good. Yeah, Tony, keep your story and your sexuality straight. My father had a way with words. Oh, I bet you he did. And I bet you he used a lot of them on those black people that he allegedly treated like family. Because let me tell you something, the way that you guys treat your families, not just the stealing, but the dumping in nursing homes. I bet you he did have a way with words. I bet you he had all kind of colorful names for you, all kinds of nicknames and shit. Oh, absolutely he does. He defends cops that beat black people. But then at the same time turns around and says that he doesn't support the police. But he supports them beating black people, though, which I find interesting because I don't understand how you don't support police, but you do support them beating black people. That shit don't make no damn sense to me. If you listen to him, he'll say he doesn't support the police, but he supports the ass whoopings, which is interesting because he doesn't support discipline. Kid breathes, black parents. Now, you got any names of anybody that's done that? Some child breathed and a black parent has beat the shit out of them because they breathed. Where have you seen that at? Name me the people that you have. With a case of child abuse that serious, I'm sure there should be some CPS reports. You got them? You got them handy? It's an epidemic of old white folks in nursing homes. Black folks, we ain't sending Big Mama to the nursing home. Facts. What in the hell did I miss? About a month and a half. About a month and a half. No, of course not. No. That's impossible. You didn't hear the new thing. White people can't be racist. That's the reason why white people can't be racist. That's the reason why there's always all white juries. White people can't be racist. That's why they have to regulate the entire world to make sure that nobody else in our flawed ways is. Oh my God. Oh, absolutely. That's why I entertain his ass. You know what I'm saying? But he's not getting any intel. You know what I'm saying? He should bring his friends so that we can have a genocide. An intellectual genocide. I can show you what it feels like to be on the other end of the infinity gauntlet. I would laugh so hard if you ever tried to intervene in me parenting my kids. I would laugh so hard. At two things. The first thing is that I would try to figure out why your concentration isn't on your own kids. And the second thing is I would be laughing to see if you have an insurance policy and enough money to take care of all the physical and occupational and possibly speech therapy you might need after making such a dumb decision. Tony's buying. Yeah, Tony's like Aiden Fucci's parents. You remember Aiden Fucci? Grind. He's like Fucci's dad. Or what's that little fucking degenerate's name? Ethan Cromley. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna say his name. Don't anybody say Ethan Cromley's name. We're gonna call him the Oxford school shooter. No, we're gonna call him Ethan Cromley because his family needs to be attached to that. What's funny is that if you even thought that you were gonna do anything as far as a cinder block attempting to harm me, what's funny is that you're so short-sighted that you literally think that my kids would sit back and let you attack me, let alone what I would do to you. This is the arrogance and insane naivety of white people. Now listen to this. Heroically, he's gonna allegedly stop me from parenting my kids. Not only is he just assuming that he's not going to get irreversibly harmed, but you literally think that my kids would sit there and let you do that? Man, you might have to worry about them more so than me. Now remember, you're the one that keeps saying abuse. I keep saying discipline. And what I'm telling you is that most parents with kids, if somebody tried to intervene in parenting, not only are you going to get really hurt by the parents, if you don't think the kids are going to jump in, you're out of your mind. Because I'm going to tell you right now, my kids might actually beat me to you. We're a completely different culture than you. You have no idea what the fuck we do. Your obligation is to mind your business. That would not go well. That's not my kryptonite. That's your kryptonite. That's white people's kryptonite. And what I find interesting is you just told on yourself because you think that's funny. And white people call 911 to get black people killed all the time, which means that you know why you do it. First of all, you think I care about 911? You think I don't know what time it is? You don't think that I would defend myself from law enforcement? That's what's so funny. YouTube is a funny place. Mm-hmm. Now, here's what's funny. He wouldn't do it. You see, he claims that he'll do it, right? He claims that he'll do it, to protect the kid from abuse. But at the same time, as we've seen and as we know, the cops just come for the most part and kill everybody black that's there. So there's a chance that my kids could get killed but you protecting them from abuse. But it's okay to protect them from abuse as long as they get killed at your hands. That's interesting. But it's not interesting, really, because that's how white people operate. Again, another lesson. Hear it straight from the horse's mouth. A teenage Elon Musk, a degenerate, a genetic thief, predictably, casually. He didn't even sneak and did it. He did it in a white supremacist way, casually. Sold his father's emeralds to Tiffany and Company while his dad was sleeping. Anybody surprised? If you were before, you shouldn't be now. If you were surprised before, you shouldn't be surprised now. You know, edgy means sharp, Tony. I don't know if you're aware of that. Are you aware that the edgy means sharp? The only thing sharp on you is your nose. Your humor and your wit is quite dull. Just in case there was some misunderstanding or confusion there. Yeah. Okay. So now here it says a teenage Elon Musk once casually walked around with emeralds in his pocket. Oh, how'd they get there? Oh, you know, these emeralds just appeared in his pocket, you know. They just appeared in his pocket and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Dad, guess what? What, son? What? I got some emeralds in my pocket. Oh, where'd you get them from, son? Oh, I stole them from your mine. Unlike his more timid father, he and his brother decided to sell the gems directly to the world-famous jeweler Tiffany and Company in New York. So they learned their lessons to steal and make profits off of what they steal as children, like we all know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not very friendly in real life, Tony. I'm really not. I'm much more friendly online than I am in real life. People don't just walk up to me. Seriously. I'm a solidarity advocate. D-Buck says, sad thing is, poor little rich boy could have just asked for the cash, and I'm sure where the regular people like us are wouldn't be able to sit down. That's a fact. Yeah, he got a pocket of stones. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You can't respect someone and be disrespectful. And I'm telling you, I'm not a very social person. That's one of the reasons why I do social media, so I can be social. Shouts out to my man Dwayne Rhodes. What up with it, bro? You know, there's always some shit going on up in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Tony is tough on the internet chat, but if he met you in physical form, he'd be asking for an autograph. I'm telling you, he wouldn't even be asking me for that. I'm telling you, man, I don't go out much. I don't go around people. When I do, I'm in and out of stores. Like I so don't fuck with people. And people don't fuck with me either. He said he would love an autograph from Blacklight. Dude, you need to stop. Forge it. After selling 2 gems for $2,000 each, The family returned to Tiffany's to discover just how big a retail markup can be. Elon Musk once walked the streets of New York with emeralds in his pocket. Too bad nobody found out. His father, Earl Musk, had a casual attitude towards the family's considerable wealth. Of course he did. This is white privilege. A casual attitude towards the family's considerable wealth. You know, just white and wealthy, the way that the world is supposed to be. While everybody else is just struggling and flipping out and working 60 hours a week to try to break their back to take care of their family. And white people get to sit back with an umbrella in their drink while they're, chilling on the beach and say, at least we ain't those people. At least we ain't those people. Everybody drop some emoji for Maurice Taylor. We got a new subscriber. Shouts out to Maurice Taylor. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, please make sure you guys smash that like button. We need 7 more likes. Actually, we need six more likes to get to 60. All right. So if you guys haven't hit that like button, please make sure that you guys do. All right. That definitely helps out. Maya, I wish I could do that. I ain't mad at it. Facts. Including the stones that came from the Zambian emerald mine, in which Earl owned a half share. I'm sorry. Elon, by his father's recollection, then was probably 16 years old. And his brother Kimball, I don't know if you guys know about Kimball Musk, but he's also a millionaire. Billionaire, probably. I think he's actually a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? Now Elon is saying his family never owned an emerald mine. Is he really, Verna? Is he really? He's really actually saying that now? Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That shit crazy. That's crazy. Did he really say that? He's denying that now? That's wild, man. If you guys agree with Terrence, type in a 1. It must be the Mandela effect kicking in. It must be that Mandela effect. I'm going to show you some Mandela effect shit in a minute. Look. Hey, I got your Mandela effect. I got your Mandela effect right here. You know what I'm saying? I got your Mandela effect. It's coming. So he sold these emeralds to Tiffany & Company on 5th Avenue in New York, one of the world's most famous jewelers, as his father lay sleeping. They just walked into Tiffany and said, "Do you want to buy some emeralds?" Now, nobody said, "Hey, kid, you stole these." Nobody said that. No, they must have, these must be legitimate diamonds. I mean, you're white. Sure, why not? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, sure, why not? These are legitimate diamonds. I mean, you are white. Which is interesting because literally, you know what I'm saying? Like they show up on the scene with stolen property, including stolen humans, but that's neither here nor there. Earl recalled in an interview with Business Insider Africa that they sold 2 emeralds. One was for $800, and I think the other was for $1,200. A few days later, the family returned to the store to find that Tiffany was selling the $800 emerald, now set in a ring, for $24,000, a markup of 30 times the price Elon had received for the gem. Earl used the story as on object lesson in how retail work works ever since. He was surprised but not concerned by the incident. Earl says, because money was plentiful. Now, let me ask you guys this. How many of you guys have ever not had to worry about what is this? A $22,000 mistake. How many of you all have never had to worry about a $22,000 mistake because money is just that plentiful? How many of you guys ever had that pleasure of having money being just that plentiful because you have a stolen emerald supply? I've never had that experience. Yeah, I wish, right? Me too. Must be nice. You know what I'm saying? Must be nice, you know? Shit. Running around making $22,000 mistakes. After stealing, mind you. That right there should have been some serious discipline for that. Because not only did he make a $22,000 mistake, but he actually stole. And then the result of his stealing was minus $22,000. There should have been some deterrent for that behavior, in my opinion. But Tony says that that's child abuse. And the normal thing in the situation is to have stolen from your father. Just saying. You know what I'm saying? We need 3 more likes, guys, to get to 50. If everybody smashes that like, wait a minute, did I say 50? Actually, I think it's 60. Hold on real quick. While you guys are holding, make sure you smash that like button. Yeah, it's 3 more likes to get to 60. If you guys smash that like button, we'll be getting there. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says we were very, very wealthy. They just can't stop saying how wealthy they were. We were very, very wealthy. I mean, shit, we had so much money at times we couldn't even close our safe. While there was African people there who they had that wealth as a result of stealing from them. And it's just funny. You know what I'm saying? It's just funny. That's just how the world is supposed to be. This is how the world is supposed to be. You see why he's so comfortable with Joe Rogan and shit, kicking it over there? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is our world. You know what I'm saying? Like we're entitled to call these people the N-word and steal from them. D-Buck says that's the kind of shit your parents follow through with the threat. I'll get rid of you and make another like you. Facts. I brought you into this world. I'll take your ass out. That's the kind of shit that you might be up for being taken out on. A $22,000 mistake. But when you have money that's plentiful, you know, I mean, shit, who cares, right? With one person holding the money in place, another would slam the door. I mean, so again, we're on the third analogy here of how much money they had. And then there'd still be all, look at this. Here's the fourth. And then there'd still be all these notes sticking out. We'd sort of have to pull them out and put them in our pocket. I mean, you know, we had to get the weed trimmer and just, you know, cut them all up. And I mean, it was just so much money. I mean, there's just $100 bills just hanging out all over the place. I mean, we just had to burn shit up all over. Like, are you serious? Fuck out of here. Really? Really? Really now? Really? Are we really doing this? Really? Man, stop it. Come on, man. Come on, man. We're not doing this, are we, for real? Seriously? The incident also didn't discourage young Elon from pursuing his entrepreneurial pursuits. He'd go on to help sell PayPal to eBay, found electric car company Tesla, and send a car on its way to Mars through his company SpaceX. Eero said his children grew up watching him sell emeralds all over the world after he had them cut in Johannesburg. However, he always stuck to the rules of the trade. Contact a potential buyer, meet in a neutral public place, and be subtle about exchanging money for gems. It was kind of weird for them to walk into Tiffany's, he said. They'd seen I was sleeping one morning, and they said, "Oh, let's just try. Let's go." Yeah, a lot of these stories, very suspect. Very suspect. Interesting. The father had no, he wasn't upset about anything. That's interesting. That's a fact. Tia says, so that's why he's so comfortable with corporate welfare. He's good at stealing, and his father was damn proud of him. Absolutely. Like I said, when it comes to these families, this shit is always a family affair. It's always a family affair. It wasn't a gang that killed Ahmaud Arbery. It was a father and son. The father, mother, and boy were involved with helping to try to cover up what Aiden Fauci did down in Florida. Ethan Crumley's mom got him the gun. That's funny. He's here to get some Amber Turd on a daily. That's hilarious. So I just want to show you all this article here because this is some weird shit. And my question for you guys is, did you guys know about Elon Musk's alleged connection to Ghislaine Maxwell? I'm going to show you guys a couple articles here real quick. Because again, it's just interesting how people are gravitating to this dude like he's their savior, while at the same time they have such a huge problem with people like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Elon Musk defends his photo with Ghislaine Maxwell. He claims that he was photobombed. That's what he's saying. That's his story. And he's sticking to it, like R. Kelly. You know what I'm saying? It's my story. And I'm sticking to it. Really? You was photobombed, bro? This must be that shit that Tony was talking about how he's so hard to keep up with because he's so brilliant. I don't know her. Dude, she photobombed me. That's what happened there. I was at this fucking party and I was kicking it and I was hanging out and she photobombed me. Get your ass out of here. Elon Musk once again denied knowing Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she photobombed me once in a widely shared 2014 photo. Now, I got a question for you guys because I don't know. I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't there. He says that she photobombed him. I mean, they're both looking at the camera. They're both smiling in the camera. The flash is clearly on both of them. There's somebody behind him. I mean, that you photobombed that picture. What was that supposed to be a picture of then? Just Elon Musk and what else? Because that's a wide ass angle and it's kind of far away. I agree with Crypto Key. This is what this motherfucker's saying, though. I need to get with the writers at Insider because there's this story going on around about me, and it's just not true. It's just not true. There's this picture that surfaced in 2014, and Ghislaine Maxwell's having some legal issues, and I don't want to be anywhere near that. That whole thing is just a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. So all we're gonna need to do is run this story. We're gonna say that she photobombed me. Well, he is an elite. What do you expect? I expect you to notice the same thing that everybody should notice about every elite, that he's white. That's what I expect. But I'm sure that's a task that's just too difficult or too painful, one of the two. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said he doesn't know Ghislaine Maxwell, the alleged madam for disgraced sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, who was arrested Monday. Now, this is interesting because that's not the only thing that she's alleged of. You know what else she's alleged of? Allegedly. That could have possibly happened. Facts. Allegedly introduced him to his ex-wife. Allegedly. How are you guys being mentioned in the same sentences? This is weird. I don't know. It's not sick. It's reality. That people continue to choose to deny. This guy is somebody that hung around in these same social circles. Like I said, the same people that have an issue with the vaccine and called the vaccine the mark of the beast are cheering on the guy that literally wants to put a chip in everybody's head. The same people that claim they have such an issue with the elites are literally cheering on an elite. What up with it, Lollipapa B1? What's good with you? Make it make sense. But this is what we're dealing with right here. This is it. This is what we're dealing with. Yet we have these same people here trying to gaslight us like we're the ones that are insane, which is largely funny, fascinating. You know what I'm saying? Illogical and crazy. They just start babbling in the air when there's, no evidence and just start just saying ridiculous stuff. We need one more like to get to 60. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, please make sure you help your boy out. Smash that like button. Yeah, Neuralink is what it's called, Crypto Key. No chip is going to make you smarter. The only person that can make yourself smarter is you. You got a cell phone that's going to do the same for you as that chip. The cell phone don't make you any smarter. Not to mention people choose not to use it anyway. The pair were photographed at an Oscars after party hosted by then Vanity Fair editor Graydon Carter on March 2nd of 2014. I wonder if they were sipping blood with Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox. So this is what he says. I don't know Ghislaine at all, despite the fact that you were in a photo with her. Oh, she photobombed me once at a Vanity Fair party several years ago. Musk tweeted early Friday. Now, this is old. It wasn't this Friday. All right. This is an article from July 3rd of 2020. So that should be noted. We're not talking about any time recent here. All right. A spokesperson for Musk had denied to Business Insider any connection between the two last August, saying Maxwell inserted herself behind him without his knowledge. I wonder if they're talking about what happened at the room after the party, or are they talking about in the picture? This sounds painful, too. Maxwell inserted herself behind him without his knowledge. Did he go, oh? Tesla CEO Elon Musk has once again denied knowing Ghislaine Maxwell, saying that a photo of them together in 2014 was a result of her photobombing her. Now, what I find interesting is, what does she say about this? What's her stance on this? What's her explanation about this? That's where you're wrong. I like that. Pick your own switch and beat that like button. Fact, abuse that like button. Maybe Tony will try to stop you. Why do they do that? He could have easily gotten any woman in the world with his power and money. I highly doubt it. If that could have happened, then it would have happened. Most of these dudes are simps and lames. I'm sure you saw Jeff Bezos' wife drooling over Leonardo DiCaprio, because the reality is that somebody like Elon Musk, who is a lame, will be satisfied to have a beautiful woman on his arm while his beautiful woman is getting beat up from the back by somebody else that she actually wants to fuck. Money don't buy everything. That's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily believe in that high value shit. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has, we already read that. Maxwell, who allegedly groomed young girls for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, was arrested by the FBI at her home in New Hampshire on Thursday. Now, he says, I don't know Ghislaine at all. She photobombed me once at a Vanity Fair party several years ago. Musk tweeted early Friday. Real question is, why Vanity Fair invited her in the first place? Now, this is interesting. This is a party that Elon Musk went to. So if Elon Musk with his dumbass knows why he got invited, then more than likely he knows why she got invited. So why would he say such a dumbass question, such a dumbass answer? That actually sounds like some shit that Tony would say. Appreciate you guys liking and sharing the video. Oh, shit. Y'all cracking me up in the comment section, man. Y'all got me dying laughing over here. Money don't buy everything. You know what I'm saying? Like Elon Musk, he's got a lot of resources. You know what I'm saying? He's got a lot of wealth. The reality is that you're not capable of getting the woman that you want permanently on your own with her having a genuine interest in you. Because if you didn't have that money, if you didn't have that trust fund, No one would have a genuine interest in you. I don't care what you wouldn't do. I wouldn't steal from my father. So now here it says Ghislaine simply inserted herself behind him in a photo he was posing for without her knowledge. Again, I don't know if I necessarily believe that. This photo, like, look at all, if she wasn't over here, look at how wide the area of this photo is. What would, I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell, I've seen pictures of her at parties. She's somebody who is at these kind of parties a lot. She doesn't just routinely photobomb people. And I mean, she was literally at the Clintons, at Chelsea Clinton's marriage, at the wedding. She hung out with Donald Trump. She never photobombed herself in any other picture. What's so special about Elon Musk that she would photobomb herself in in a picture with Elon Musk? I mean, why would she do that? Not to mention, she's not a dumb woman. I mean, she's clearly intelligent, as disgusting and criminal as she was. He looks really uncomfortable. No, I agree. It sounds uncomfortable. It says that she snuck behind and inserted herself. That's what the caption said. You know what I'm saying? See? Maxwell inserted herself behind him. I bet you that was pretty damn uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't talk about that insertion too much. He just says she photobombed him. Oh, shit. So now here it says, here it says it again. Ghislaine simply inserted herself behind him. I wonder if she had a slit in the front. Let me just stop. He was posing for without his knowledge, they told Business Insider. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that or not. Going down, baby. Yo Street in a Range Rover. The photo was taken at an Oscars after party hosted by then Vanity Fair editor Graydon Carter on March 2nd of 2014 in West Hollywood, and it caused many to question Musk's links to the British socialite. Now, as much money as they had, I mean, and all these rich people, they all hang together in the same social circles. You know what I'm saying? They all break bread together. They all steal together. They're all racist together. You mean to tell me that they never came in contact with each other? Not to mention, his family is from the Netherlands. His family is from the Netherlands. And her family, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is from the UK, from Great Britain. And he would fly back to Great Britain. That's what Elon Musk said. Elon Musk said, I would question why the Vanity Fair editor invited her to the party. I would question, well, why did both of them get invited? Why the hell did they both get invited? You know what I'm saying? I want to know the deets. I want to know the deets on that. You know what I'm saying? I want to know the deets. We need one more like to get to 60, guys. Let's try to get 70 before the end of the stream. Of course, he's uncomfortable being near a dead P word. Former assistant would do that to any billionaire. Facts. Shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Puff. Oh, shit. Those are the good old days. Now, here we go with this bullshit. Again, if you guys have ever seen my video about Epstein, you guys should check it out. It's on BitChute. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how I feel about that. My very first video that I ever made for YouTube was about Jeffrey Epstein, and I made it and published it the day before Epstein had that happen. So that was just weird. And they now, like, recently, that video, my account got struck because of that video, which I published in 2019. You know what I'm saying? So this is interesting. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Elon Musk was photobombed? Me personally, sorry. I don't believe that. I just don't believe that. If you guys believe that, type in a 1. If you do believe that, type in a 2. Carlton says you should check out the video of Bill Gates, aka Thanos, responding to an Epstein. He was nervous and looked crazy, just like when he had the pie on his face. That's funny. Now, I agree with this. Terrence says he may have been photobombed, but not because he wouldn't have wanted her there. Facts. I totally agree with that. Crypto Key says nope. I don't believe it either. I don't believe it either. I don't believe a lot of what the media says. Yeah, I totally agree. Have you guys ever heard of the organization called Black Cube? Is my question. If you guys have heard of the organization called Black Cube, type in a 1. If you haven't, type in a 2. If you guys haven't heard of the organization Black Cube, after we get through with this article, well, actually, I don't think we need to do this article. I don't think we need to talk about this. You guys get the point. You guys know about this. Elon Musk's wife denies Ghislaine Maxwell handpicked her to be his child bride. I wonder how much she got paid off for this. Elon Musk's ex-wife, this is just Tayula Riley, is denying truly awful rumors that she had been handpicked to be the Tesla CEO's child bride by accused Madam Ghislaine Maxwell. To my knowledge, look at this. To my knowledge, I have never met Ghislaine Maxwell, Riley said in a statement after her ex went viral for a photo of him and a grinning Maxwell. The recently arrested ex of late P-word Jeffrey Epstein. The other thing I've seen implied is that Maxwell procured me as some kind of child bride for Elon, Riley wrote in her extraordinary statement, posted with Musk's approval. Now, this is what I find interesting. Posted with Musk's approval. I mean, she's the ex. Why would she need Musk's approval? She's the ex. Why does she need Musk's approval? Does that make any sense? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, does it? Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys require your ex's approval to do anything, or do you just do it? I don't want to step on any toes here. I mean, if y'all are moving like that, you know what I'm saying? My bad. My bad. My bad. This is interesting because it's fascinating to me, right? 2.4 million people saw this video, but like anytime I show it, like people have never seen it before. But it's interesting though. Like this is really interesting. Like seriously, this is worth the watch. All right. I wouldn't waste y'all's time with some shit. Because Musk is giving her a bag, probably. If you guys agree, Musk is probably giving her a bag, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. You see, Carla was the first one. She said, oh, hell no. No approval needed. I ain't mad at it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just, yeah. Shit. Facts. Again, I don't know Maxwell. Elon and I met when I was 22, and he was on a business trip to London. Now, interestingly, if I'm not mistaken, Ghislaine Maxwell actually has family in London. So it's and again, Elaine Maxwell is from the UK. So it's interesting, I mean, whatever. It was chance meeting engineered by no one. Riley admitted that she and her now ex Riley admitted that she and her now ex had once been a friend or had been a guest at Epstein's Manhattan mansion, but insisted that the ties went no deeper. Now, this is interesting because these little tidbits just keep coming out. I mean, I don't know these people, but I was at this party. I don't know this chick, but I was in this picture with her. I mean, I don't know these people, but I just happened to be at this motherfucker's mansion. RG Titan said, shit. She knew that chick. Facts. I agree. That I am led to believe that as well. Emmanuel Carey says, let's get into the Saturn Black Cube. Good stuff. Now, I got to ask you a question before we get into the Saturn Black Cube. If you have a 6-pointed star and you fold all of the points together, what shape do you get? That's my question. I want you guys to think spatially. If you have a 6-pointed star and you fold it on all the corners, what shape will you get? I need you guys to either put a picture of it in the comment section or type the name of the shape that you'll get. Now, we don't need to read any more of this because we get the idea. It's just more shadiness. It's just more shrouding in mystery. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, this didn't happen, but it did. This didn't happen, but it did. This didn't happen, but it did. Not quite a pyramid. Not quite a pyramid. Try again. Close, but not quite a pyramid. Carla's right. A square. Now, a 3-dimensional square is a cube, right? You see? A 3-dimensional square is a cube. And you get that by folding this. I think actually you might need 2. You might need 2. My bad. There might be some hexagon. But I think that there's a way to, yeah, hold on, right here. You see it? So you need a little bit more. So I was wrong. So my bad. I don't want to be misleading anybody. But this is where you get all this stuff. You see. Skull and Crossbones Secret Society 322, 322, 322. Now you guys see all of these? Now these symbols all come from somewhere else, all right? All of these symbols, they come from all of these different places. You know what I'm saying? We can go into that in another stream if you guys want to. But they come from what's called, interestingly, the Tree of Life. Okay. How many of you guys heard of the Tree of Life? And I'm not talking about the one quote in the Bible quote. That might be something that we have to talk about on Clubhouse or stereo. But what you guys need to understand is that just because you see a certain shape somewhere doesn't mean that it's exactly what it is. And also, one of the things that you guys need to understand is that there's symbols of alchemy, symbols from Kemet, and symbols from all over, all in front of your face. People just don't know what they are. Verna said Amber Turd. Now, how many of you guys know about what happened with Harvey Weinstein? If you guys remember Harvey Weinstein, we were just talking about Epstein. If you guys remember Harvey Weinstein, type in a 1. What happened with him? You know what I'm saying? He was one of the guys that got, he did a lot of shit. And then what ended up happening was a whole bunch of black guys ended up getting scrutinized for Me Too. And he kind of slid out, right? To make a long story short. Like, that's kind of what happened, right? That's kind of what happened. Exactly. No, that's a fact, Chanel. That's a fact. Now, there's some details that not too many people know about. And there's an important detail that I found fascinating because, in my opinion, this is what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. So I want you guys to make sure that you pay attention and listen to this, and we'll stop it when we get to the important part.
This story was always, in my eyes, about the abuse of power. The techniques Harvey Weinstein used are, I think, important for us all to talk about because while they are extreme...
Now, here's my question. Are you aware of the techniques that Harvey Weinstein used? If you're aware of the techniques that Harvey Weinstein used, type in a 1 and also type in some of them. What did he do exactly? We know he did some stuff. He was, being inappropriate towards women and saying certain things and doing certain things and abusing his power. How exactly was he doing that? What exactly was it that he was doing? You see, because that's extremely important. And in my opinion, that's one of the reasons why there's not as much media attention to this as there should be. In my opinion, plenty has happened where this could be brought back up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff going on with this, but you know what I'm saying, like, people don't talk about it too often. Now, what kind of techniques did he use? That's my question. There's one technique in particular that really has my interest. And it's something that they just don't like. They don't talk about it. Now that's true. If you guys agree with Carlton, type in a 1. Harvey provided hope to actors, and then he got the draws. That's true. But that's not what I'm thinking of.
They open a window into a set of tools available if you're that rich and that powerful.
A set of tools available if you're that rich or that powerful. What tools? What's this guy talking about? What's Ronan Farrow talking about? A set of tools that you have available to you if you're that rich or that powerful. Set of tools? Anybody know what's this guy talking about here? A set of tools. What kind of tools? And what did he do with these tools? And how come we didn't hear about these tools? Does anybody know what he's talking about? If you guys know what this guy is talking about, type in a 1. If you don't know what he's talking about, type in a 2. We need one more like, guys. If everybody in the room smashes the like button, if everybody in here smashes the like button, we will be at 80 likes. Maine says economic coercion. That's interesting. I'm sure that that's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's not what I'm thinking of. Carla said he would interview them for acting jobs, lock them in the room, tell them if they didn't submit, they would never get jobs in Hollywood. Damn, he sound like these motherfuckers on YouTube. If you don't submit, you'll never get a man. You know what I'm saying? All good answers. None of them are what I'm talking about.
And that bent on stopping dissent about you. As the world knows now, Harvey Weinstein was surrounded by allegations going back decades from women who said that he sexually harassed and assaulted them.
Do you have any advice for a young girl moving to Hollywood? I'll get live with this.
Shouts out to Sonny. What up with it, Sonny? Good to see you. Sonny says, casting couch. Close. Not what I'm thinking of. Carla says extortion, blackmail. Now, those are things that he did, but not the one in particular that I'm thinking of. Emmanuel says extortion, not the one I'm thinking of.
Harvey Weinstein invites you to a private party and Four Seasons stuff.
They were described as an open secret for years in Hollywood, but they never broke, and there are a lot of reasons for that. In the fall of 2016, Harvey Weinstein became aware that a number of women were starting to talk. One of the precipitating events for that was Rose McGowan.
Sonny says blackballing. He did do that, yes, but that's not what I'm thinking of. PR, you mean, is that public relations, Terrence? He did do that. Not what I'm thinking of. Now, interestingly, he used one of the tools. Remember, I'm looking for a particular tool. He used a tool in particular to do that. He used a tool in particular to do that. He would carrying it out, huh? Oh no. He's too ugly to cry. Could you imagine? This motherfucker was ugly with a straight face. Could you imagine how he would look sweaty with his hair matted and soft tears running down his eye? Oh.
Gowan, the actress, tweeted, saying,
now remember, Rose McGowan, she now has this anti-black, anti-black male vitriol. And remember, this is what Harvey Weinstein did to her. You guys hear about Rose McGowan frequently. If you listen to Harvey, he constantly is calling that out. Not Harvey Weinstein, of course. You know, I'm talking about Harvey, your world.
that Harvey Weinstein, she heavily implied without naming him, was, in her words, her rapist. She then set off a...
Now, Carlton says, was Oprah the tool? Now, that's good that you're thinking of the particular tools, but no, Oprah wasn't the tool. There is a particular tool that I have in mind, though.
Series of events that I think she could have never fathomed. Over the course of the past year, a woman calling herself Diana Phillip of Reuben...
Pay very close attention right here, because the tool is coming right here. Right now, I need everybody to put ears in the comment section if you're paying attention. Pay very close attention, because this part of this story never gets any press. Nobody ever talks about this. This video has been sitting on YouTube for years, and I swear, literally, no one either watched it, or people that watched it, they don't remember this part. Pay very close attention.
Phillip of Reuben Capital Partners reached out to Rose McGowan.
Someone from Reuben Capital Powers reached out to Rose McGowan. Someone from Reuben Capital Powers reached out to Rose McGowan. Okay.
Past year, a woman calling herself Diana Phillip of Reuben Capital Partners reached out to Rose McGowan through a literary agency working with her. All seemed very legit. They offered her a great deal of money to speak at a gala kickoff event for a women's rights campaign that they were operating, right in Rose McGowan's area of interest. As it turns out, Reuben Capital Partners was a fake front company.
Now, are you guys following so far? Reuben Capital was a fake front company. Where are we going with this? Did you know about this?
She was, in fact, an agent for Black Cube.
This person from this fake front company was an agent for this, quote, company called Black Cube. You guys missed this part of the story, huh? It gets deeper.
This elite Israeli private intelligence firm.
Did you hear that? Man, they sure as hell didn't say too much about this. I mean, they didn't say too much about that at all in the media, now did they? How's that work? How's that work? So when he was talking about those tools that people have available to them, Black Cube is that tool, and only particular people have that tool available for them. People like, quote, Epstein, people like, quote, Weinstein.
She was, in fact, an agent for Black Cube, this elite Israeli private intelligence firm, operating undercover using multiple identities to extract information. He assigned them to kill forthcoming stories about these allegations.
How do you get access to that? Boom. No wonder Cosby went to jail. Yep. Yep. Now, remember, this is a private, quote, you know who, military operation, military organization, military agency, right? So they used intel, killed any story coming out, right? Not only did they do that, but remember, they're military. So if they're military, then what else can they do? I'm sure they could do some Mission Impossible shit. The Mossad is one of the most highly trained military branches in the world. So my question is like, okay, this organization did this for Weinstein. I mean, is it out of the realms of possibility that they've only worked for this particular Steen? I mean, there was kind of some mystery with the other one. And I don't think anybody ever really saw, you know, a body. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the cameras happened to not be working that day, and the guards just happened to be away. That's the kind of thing that these kind of operations set up.
For Black Cube, this elite Israeli private intelligence firm, operating undercover using multiple identities to extract information. He assigned them to kill forthcoming stories about these allegations and to ferret out information about which women were talking. Rose McGowan was very much in the crosshairs here. She says that she was gaslit, that everybody lied to her, that she was living in a world of funhouse mirrors. They secretly recorded tens of hours of conversation with her. It reads like a spy novel, but it's all true.
So that's the kind of tools that he had available. That's the kind of tools that he used. Those are the kind of tools that kept the eyes of law enforcement off him for so long. Now, here's my question. I mean, to me, if that doesn't sound like an obstruction of justice, I don't know what does. So the next logical question would be, well, I mean, who from Black Cube went to jail? I mean, they were clearly interfering with things. I don't know. Is he? Are you guys aware? I don't know. Is he Woody Allen's stepson? I'm not too sure. That's a fact. You know what else? They also train the white farmers in South Africa how to use military weapons. Isn't that interesting?
What's going to happen to him now?
One of the things we've been reporting on is the concerted criminal justice effort targeting Harvey Weinstein at this point. There are law enforcement agencies going after him in a very diligent way, I think partly to atone for the fact that the ball was dropped a number of times over the years where there could have been criminal proceedings. We talk about in our story Ambra Badalana Gutierrez, an Italian model who had an allegation that Harvey Weinstein groped her in 2015.
I didn't know about that, but I do know that Pharaoh, I know about that, but I didn't know that this reporter, this journalist had anything to do with him.
I don't feel comfortable.
Honey, don't have a fight with me on the phone. Please, I'm not going to do anything. I swear, my children. Please come in. On everything. I'm a famous guy.
I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now.
Please come in now. And 1 minute. And if you want to leave, when the guy comes with my jacket,
yesterday you touched my wrist.
Oh, please, I'm sorry. Just come on. I'm used to that.
She said, why yesterday you touched my breast? He said, oh, shut up and get in here.
This machine that suppressed these allegations for so long had many moving parts, and one of them was legal in nature. When you look at the agreement Ambra Badalana Gutierrez signed, it is highly unusual. It specifically calls for the destruction of all evidence related to the incident. It has draconian penalties for breach. It had her sign a sworn affidavit saying that nothing chronicled in the recording that he admitted to in the recording ever happened to be released if she ever breached. You know, one lawyer I talked to with knowledge of that agreement said, this is one of the most usurious, unethical agreements I've ever seen. This New Yorker story was the very first to report sexual assault and rape at a point in time at which Harvey Weinstein was already saying, you know, this is just harassment. This isn't so bad. I'm going to get treatment. This is going to pass. It was always apparent to me how important this was.
Facts.
Every woman who spoke out in our coverage didn't.
So, in my opinion, we don't need to hear any more about this because we already got to the important part. And the important part is one of the things that you don't hear about is a lot of the interference tactics or interference tools or just things that you wouldn't imagine that people like Jeffrey Epstein, people like Harvey Weinstein, people like Elon Musk, because Elon Musk absolutely should always be in the same sentence as them, they have available. And like Carlton Way said, Weinstein must have made the wrong white person mad, which tells you that even as much resources that Weinstein had, there's always one or someone that has a little bit more, which should put you into focus about how challenging things are going to be for us, which all it is just a challenge, which means that it's just a matter of time before we deal with it appropriately. Lala says, this is why I do not allow these types of chatty, patty, gossipy, manipulative, spiteful, xenophobic, you-know-who's around. They're energy vampires. Facts. Super facts. So, ladies and gentlemen, players and pimps, y'all have made it to the end of the live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit that bell icon twice. Make sure you smash that like button. We will be live again tonight at 11:55 p.m. So make sure you check that preview window. Make sure you hit your alarm. Make sure you got everything set. Make sure you follow on all the other social media. Stream Apocalypse going down tonight. So I will see y'all there. I appreciate everybody that stuck through. Till next time,